Let's start the streaming. Hopefully this sounds all right. Turn up the mic sensitivity a little bit. No buzzing. All right. So apparently that power strip is dog shit and got to be thrown out. Hey, greatest mod on the internet's anywhere. What's up, Sheree? Is my voice okay? Do I sound all right? I've been sitting there screwing around because I moved the boneyard around a little bit. I got a 65-inch TV that I ended up mounting to the wall and then moving my PC over and hooking up 3 monitors to it and all this other funky shit. And my stream station's still over across the room from it, so I just had to pick up my laptop, move it here and everything else. When I hooked it up, I heard this buzzing every time I would talk. Like it sounded like I was a bumblebee or something. So I just looked it up or whatever right before I went live, and it's a grounding issue. So basically, it's like the old power strip or something. It's got like a poor ground to it, and it sends a buzz through the mic. So and then like I thought it was my new Stream Deck, so I took that out and put the old Stream Deck back in. So fun as usual. Work on Toga again tonight. I don't know how long I'll go. This one's going to be like a random ass stream. I'm like all off balance and off center since I've moved everything. Like my desk is cluttered and I'm too busy screwing around with the TV and playing games and shit with it to even care. How was the stream last night? You guys have fun? I was going to come back for the calls, but I was like, eh. Yeah, we kind of are all random ass people. Yeah, I basically saw most of what ABL had lined up in his header, and I was just like, yeah, I've already seen all kinds of commentary, all kinds of shit on this. Right down to what's her name, Nicole Wallace or whatever, going in on the little kid and comparing them, saying like, "Let's hope January 6th you're not like a Secret Service agent and all that." I was like, man, somebody needs to just choke her. Like, don't. Matter of fact, don't choke her. No physical violence. Just fire. Just dismiss her for being a lesser human being and just being a piece of shit. How about that? Like it's a little kid who survived brain cancer, just wanted to be a cop, and it was something very nice that legitimately everybody in that room should have been standing up and applauding, even if they didn't like Trump, didn't agree with him, hated his guts or whatever. It wasn't about Trump in that moment. It was about that little kid achieving something. And like, I'm not going to lie at all, it actually did kind of bring a tear to my eye. That had happened. And then the other part of that was the kid with West Point, right? When he gets his award, you see that little kid come down and high five him. Like, bro, both our dreams came true. Like it was very touching. Like that little boy was very touching. Oh shit! Somebody get the popcorn. Devin's here. Yeah, I just like honestly, um, I didn't blame him for removing what's that dude's name, Al Green or whatever. Because at first when I saw him, I was like, oh shit, get him out of there! Somebody shoot him with a silver bullet. He's turning into a werewolf. Like I thought he was fucking wolfing out. Like I was like, oh god, it's a werewolf. Get him the fuck out. Oh shit. And then I just realized, later on, I realized he was just a very ugly person with a very patchwork beard. It might be pubic hair that he glued onto his face. Like he might have shaved his pubes, glued it onto his face or something. I don't know. But yeah, he had the cane and everything. I was like, why don't you put on your top hat, sir? I think there's some prostitutes you need to go down to the waterside and murder there, Jack the Ripper. I was like, what the fuck is this guy? He kind of looked like I said, I couldn't tell. He looked like when they were doing makeup on Michael Jackson in the Thriller video, and like if they did it half-assed, like that. That's what it kind of looked like to me. I mean, look, I'll give the man credit because at least he stood his ground and spoke his piece or whatever. But why do it at the beginning of the speech and not waiting until Trump says something that you disagree with instead of, like, good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the Congress. And next thing you know, he's just like, bro, like, bro, chill, chill. Pick your moment to get thrown out. Like, the terrible part was not just them screwing around with the little kid and all that, and like Lake and Riley's family and Jocelyn Nungary's family. Like when he announced he named a reservoir, a wildlife refuge after him. Not reservoir, Jesus. Um, but the only thing they applauded was when he said, we've sent $350 billion in aid to Ukraine, and all the Democrats applauded, and not one Republican was applauding. And like all the Democrats are, it's like, dude, are you guys like, do you have your heads up your ass so far that you can't figure out what's actually going on? Like, did that enrich every one of those Democrats' pocketbooks, and that's why only half of the funds went over there? Like Congress approved it, but apparently, according to Zelensky, he said, "Come over and do an audit. I'll show you. We only got half of it. So where's the other half?" Where is the other half of our money? Where did it actually go? Because I know, like, they probably funneled off some of the weapons because they could. That's fine. That's whatever. Kind of knew that was going to happen because it's fucking Ukraine. It's not like they're squeaky clean. They are a corrupt country. Like it's not like they were. Yes, we were the nicest country in the world. They weren't Sweden, right? They're not the nicest country in the world. They were known to be corrupt and known to be run by oligarchs and known to be like a shitbag country. So have to, some of this stuff ending up in unsavory hands, we'll say, would not shock me. But the fact that they didn't even get half of it to give it the hell away, where is it? And of course, I stream on Thursdays. So what happens on Friday? Zelensky goes to the White House, and all that shit happens with Trump and JD Vance and everything. And honestly, it wasn't Trump who picked that fight. Zelensky kind of was picking a fight with Trump, like kind of breaking his balls a little here and there, or like correcting him and trying to give him history lessons. And and then Vance just out of nowhere. Vance just came off the bench, was like, "I'm having none of your shit, sir. Like I'm not buying this there, Oliver Twist. You come here begging for more. It ain't happening." And like just kind of started to go off on him, and then of course Zelensky fired back, but he said the exact wrong goddamn thing to Trump when he said, "Yeah, you guys will feel it," and he was like, "Whoa, whoa, whoa! Don't you tell me what I'm going to feel and what I will shove your head up your own ass, little man." What's up, forever? Like that shit was great. Like it was fantastic television. I think even Trump said that. He's like, "It's great TV. Terrible for the peace deal, but great TV." And he wasn't wrong. Like that shit was interesting. And looking at the whole chain of events at this point, I'm gonna just throw this out there. This is exactly what I think happened, and what Zelensky thought was going to happen. He thought he was still dealing with Joe Biden, right, in his administration. But in all fairness to Joe Biden, apparently Joe Biden flipped out on him too. Like back in the day, I remember there was like a report somewhere that Joe Biden had flipped shit on Zelensky for not being grateful and always demanding stuff from the U.S. because they passed like $150 billion funding thing over to Ukraine, like aid package or something. And Zelensky, like the bill got passed, and like 2 hours later, Zelensky was saying that we weren't giving them enough aid and not helping them fast enough or some bullshit like this. And apparently, Biden got on a phone call with him and just reamed his ass for it. So good on Biden for that one, like so. But there's a problem when Trump and Biden both are like, "Yo, this guy's an asshole." No, 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 no. I don't think that shit was staged. Here's what I think happened. All right, my real take on this, Devin, is that Trump flat out was just like, okay, he's coming here because apparently he made I want to say it's Secretary of Treasury, one of them. I can't remember. Somebody went over to Ukraine to talk to him about the mineral rights deal. He made them wait for like 3 hours or 4 hours because he decided he wanted to sleep in instead of being on time to the meeting. Right. So that was like strike number one. Then Vance and Rubio met with him about the deal, the rare earth steel or whatever. And they said that he was kind of like non-committal to it. He was like, "Oh yeah, 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 I can sign." And they're like, "Okay, great. Here, sign this." And he's just like, "No." Like he was like non-committal to it, right? And then strike three was him going to the White House. Well, what I think in Zelensky's mind, what he thought was going to happen, right, was, remember Trump did that shit with the Japanese businessman not long ago where he was in front of all the cameras and he said, yeah, they pledged like $500 billion, or, like $100 billion, right? And he goes, why don't you make it 200 billion? Like, and they're shaking it, and he's like, oh, you're a tough negotiator and all that. And they're laughing and joking and everything. Like, Trump did that to the Japanese businessman. I think what Zelensky was thinking was, if I get on TV with Trump right here, and then I tell him I need security guarantees, and I sell this to the American people by showing pictures of people in prison, like, oh, these are prisoners of war. Look how they're treated, all this shit. Like, I mean, I don't know what this asshole was thinking, because anybody who's watching anything to do with Gaza and saw those prisoners get released, that's some horrific treatment. The Russians aren't treating them half as bad as Hamas is treating the Israeli and American prisoners they have, right? So I wasn't like, because you could semi see the pictures if you blow it, like you pause it and blow it up, and they look a little gaunt. Like they do look like they had the shit kicked out of them, stuff like that. But you expect that with a prisoner of war, right? But I think Zelensky was going to try and get Trump, or in Zelensky's mind, what he thought was he was going to embarrass Trump in front of the press, where he had to give him a security guarantee, right? Now, the way I've seen this deal, and the way I'm reading the deal, and the way it's done is, Trump's trying to do this without putting any American troops on the ground. So if we have Americans over there mining the minerals, well, Russia comes and attacks, they kill a bunch of Americans, that kind of draws us into the conflict, right? So that is kind of the security guarantee. However, fucking Zelensky thinks, like, oh, maybe I can bait him into this or whatever by showing him all these sad pictures, all this other stuff, and what have you. And Trump, I don't know who the fuck he thought he was dealing with, but Trump was just kind of like, yep, that sucks. Yep, they're prisoners. Okay, so let's go sign this deal. Like, didn't land with them. But I think JD Vance, like, didn't need to be diplomatic about it, as diplomatic as Trump needed to be. If Trump's going to be the peacemaker and negotiator in the middle, he can't talk shit about Putin. He can't really talk about Zelensky, but Zelensky is pushing his buttons. I don't think Putin is pushing Trump's buttons. Like, I don't think Putin is trying to piss him off. And I think that's smart play because you don't want to piss off the guy, because then that's a more favorable deal towards Zelensky. If Putin starts pushing his buttons, it's going to be a more favorable deal towards Russia now because Zelensky's pushing Trump's buttons. Now, what happened to me? So then Trump, of course, threw him the fuck out of the White House. It's like, just get the fuck out of here. Take your take your $5 ass out of here before I make change. They leave the White House, and then he goes over to Europe. And now the conspiracy theory is that the Europeans told Zelensky to do all that shit because he immediately went to Europe where they offered him security guarantees, all this other shit, and, pledge support and we're behind you 100% and all this kind of bullshit. Mind you, these are the same assholes, right? The European nations. And I'm not talking about the people, I'm talking about their governments, okay? So, Danny Boss, if you're watching this or listening to this, because I don't even think you're in here yet, but if you listen to this later, don't get pissed at me. I'm not talking about you or your, citizenry. I'm talking about the government itself, right? These assholes sat there and went, yeah, we're going to offer you this. We're going to give you boots on the ground, as a security guarantee, all this other shit. And then turned around and went, however, we need the U.S. If the U.S. isn't backing it, then, you're going to need them to fund you. Like, what? Excuse me? What the fuck? We're the piggy bank, apparently. But yeah, the people over in Europe, it's amazing because they've given Russia way more money by buying their natural gas and their oil from them than they have in aid to Ukraine. They've actually funded Russia more than they funded Ukraine when you really break that shit down. But then, of course, that little mini State of the Union that Trump did, that little speech that he gave in front of the joint session of Congress or addressment of Congress, Trump turned around and read the letter from Zelensky, right? And he was like, that it's kind of what he wanted to hear, everything else. I'll be honest, I wanted Trump to say, this letter's a good start, but you really need to get your ass in front of a camera and apologize to me publicly. I think Trump really needed to sink that in, and then I think he needed to turn around and go, we were asking for 500 billion, now it's 650. Just really put the fucking dick right, just slip it the rest of the way in. Because Zelensky is playing a game, and he thinks he's you can't. I'm trying to think how to say there, phrase this. Maybe I use an analogy. You get into a fight with a bigger guy, right? And the guy's a badass. You're not such a badass. You're kind of a pipsqueak. Yeah, you're kind of a nerd, a geek. And he's got you outclassed. He's going to beat the shit out of you. But there's a guy bigger than him who's neutral, not going to get involved. You go over to that guy and say, "Please, sir, can you help me?" And that guy says, "Okay." And he tells the bully to fuck off. That bully comes back. And then you turn to the other, you still got this neutral guy who's a bigger badass than the other guy standing next to you, and you say, you really should have punched him in the face. You really should have done more than that. You really, like, motherfucker, I just saved your ass. And you're going to sit here crying? Go fuck yourself. Matter of fact, go fuck your mother. Friday. It's been 1 week since the whole blow up in the White House. Tomorrow, you come here. I don't care if you fax it to me or whatever. I want your agreement on a signature to ceasefire, and then you can throw it in Putin's court. You know what I mean? See if you can't get Putin's signature on it. But I want your agreement to a ceasefire, or else that pause is it's gonna remain in place, and you aren't getting fucking shit. And just like legit, because I would take the ball completely out of his court and stuff it right up his ass. Yeah, here you go. Here's a good analogy. Trump basically in this scenario is Darth Vader going is saying to Lando Calrissian, like Lando's like, that's not the deal, and then Darth Vader's just like, pray I don't alter it further, right? And that's exactly where this shit is. Like Trump should be like, I'm altering our deal, and this is what it is now. And Zelensky, that wasn't our deal. Pray I don't alter it further, because at this point you literally just played a game of fuck around and find out, and you're going to find out. Like I just Trump should just take him into the Oval Office and just throw a bar of soap on the floor with all the cameras rolling and be like, "This is what happens when you mess with MAGA." America is half back. I mean, the next part, like the other part of what I have up there, Hamas, fuck around, find out, FAFO, right? Did everybody? Because I know for a fact that anybody watching ABL probably didn't cover this last night because it came up at the 11th hour on a Wednesday. And that means that, it's not something that was researched or written down on a piece of paper. So therefore, ABL probably didn't cover it. And if he did, man, then he's adapting. And that's fucking awesome. But have you guys read what Trump said to Hamas on True Social? Just curious. Wait to see the response in the comments. So, oh shit. So, remember, I guess it had to be about a week ago, maybe a little over a week ago, where they were supposed to release hostages, and Trump was in a press conference, or doing signing executive orders, press conference kind of bullshit, and he said they should just release all the hostages. And, look, I'm not Israel. I can't tell them what to do. But if I were Israel, release all the hostages. I'd be saying at this point, just release all the hostages, stop fucking around, or else we're going to go in there and hell will come with us, right? Let me see if I can do. I want to find the exact wording on this so I can read it exactly what Trump fucking truthed out, because this shit is fantastic. Because now it's just super super revealing on Trump having enough of bullshit, basically. I'm sitting there looking through it. Yeah, so this is actually a headline in the New York Times. which I don't fucking use, but it was, we'll use a left wing news source. Trump gives last warning to Hamas: released hostages or face annihilation. And I'm looking for the actual, because everybody always has a picture of the goddamn tweet somewhere, and that's what I'm looking for, because I don't want to. And of course these assholes didn't. Let's see if there's an image. Sorry guys. All right, you ready? This is I'm actually reading the truth, because I'm not on True Social. I'm not really on X either. Like, I'll hop on there if something's interesting and pull something, but I don't believe in being into social media that hard, because one, I don't have that much interesting shit to say, and if I do, I say it to you nice fine people on a Thursday night. Two, I don't really give a fuck what most other people have to say, but when it's something like this, that's when I feel bad I'm not on True Social. But Donald Trump writes in his post, and I'm going to be exact with what he says. Shalom, Hamas, means hello and goodbye. You can choose to release all the hostages now, not later, and immediately return all of the dead bodies of the people you murdered, or it is over for you. Only sick and twisted people keep bodies, and you are sick and twisted. I am sending Israel everything it needs to finish the job. Not a single Hamas member will be safe if you don't do as I say. I have just met with your former hostages whose lives you have destroyed. This is your last warning. For the leadership, now is the time to leave Gaza while you still have a chance. Also, to the people of Gaza, a beautiful future awaits, but not if you hold hostages. If you do, you are dead. Make a smart decision. Release the hostages now, or there will be hell to pay later. Donald J. Trump, President of the United States of America. So that is his post. And, you know, when I heard it and then went and looked up the post or whatever the first time, I read it and I was like, I know exactly what the fuck happened. What pissed him off so bad where he fired off this post? And why all of a sudden out of like nowhere did he just get fucking like, I've had enough of this fucking bullshit? And that was posted March 5th, 2025 at, it looks like 9:46 p.m. But do you guys understand why he posted that? What one sentence in that thing that I just read tells me everything I need to know. I want to see if any of you guys picked up on it. So the dead bodies part, right? That's a good guess. The part that stuck out to me that nailed me in the face was this. And I'll read it again. Read that part again. I have just met with your former hostages whose lives you have destroyed. He went and talked to the people that were free. Remember, a couple of them were Americans, right? What's up, Midoriya? So he met with those hostages and they told him what they did to him, how they tortured him, stuff like that while they were holding them. Now, I don't know where I heard it, but I also heard that one of the hostages told Trump that there were 59 other hostages left right? Supposedly there's 59. The guy told Trump that there's only 24 of them still alive. So 25 of the hostages are deceased, and 24 of them are still alive, and apparently they're in very bad shape, like really bad shape. So that kind of tells me all I needed to hear, right? That if he's going and visiting and talking to people that are being held hostage and they were mistreated, like you got to remember, he got that one hostage back from Russia, and the guy came back and he was like, they didn't treat me terrible. They treated me like a prisoner, but then before they released him, they treated me better and all that stuff. And he came back and he was like in not bad shape. Well, the people they've been releasing and parading out and doing all this kind of craziness to have looked awful. You can tell they've been starved, they've been beaten, they've been tortured, and everything else. I think that they effed around and found out. They're about to. I think they Trump's had it. No, now Trump's all about the Israeli hostages too. He's had enough. He's seeing it as a form of evil, and like I this is me just free balling here, spitballing or what have you. But I think what's happened is after talking with those hostages and everything else, he's like, yeah, I can't let this go on anymore. Now, the interesting part is he also said, I will give Israel everything to finish the job. He didn't say we're going to go launch SEAL Team 6 in there to go rescue our hostages or anything like that. I don't even know if they have any more American hostages. I don't know if Israel does or not. I mean, that's one of those other things that I got to bring up is the idiocy of Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro like has lost his flipping mind. Like he's just lost his mind. Ben Shapiro has turned around and said basically they should pardon Derek Chauvin. That Trump in particular should pardon Derek Chauvin. And it's like, what the hell are you talking about, dude? Like, all right, you have two autopsy reports that say that he choked that man out. Okay, would Derek Chauvin have died of fentanyl overdose? Probably, yeah. Was everything exacerbated by a man holding him down and not putting him in the right? It's not a Daniel Penny situation where it was like, hey, I did everything I could. I put him in a recovery position. I tried to get him back to life. I was just trying to stop him from being violent or anything else. And maybe standard police procedure with Derek Chauvin was to hold him down, put the knee on his neck, but he should have also noticed that he was in medical distress, right? And the autopsy has ruled, two different autopsies have ruled that it was pressure on the back of the neck, which is what killed, um, what's his name? What's that crackhead's name? Because I don't get anything messed up about it. That guy was not a saint. He was a piece of crap. Um, oh God, what's his name? George Floyd, right? But at the same point in time, it was definitely negligence on Derek Chauvin's part that caused the fatality. Uh, it wasn't like he had a jury that was like completely against him. He got a jury of his peers. He was deemed and found in court to be guilty. Everything he deserves to, be stripped of jail and everything else, or like go to jail and all that. He does not deserve a pardon. You know, two things can be true at the same time. George Floyd was a piece of shit, but even pieces of shit don't deserve to be taken out by a cop. Like, not unless they're threatening the public, not over a $20, you know, being an asshole and trying to pass a fake 20, you know. That's nothing. That's slap on the wrist time. Oh yeah, it would be a lot worse. You put that man in state and you don't put him in like solitary confinement for his entire time there. I guarantee you now he's going to get the old Jeffrey Dahmer treatment, and they're going to put a broomstick where the sun don't shine and break it off in him, because that's how Jeffrey Dahmer, or was it Dahmer? Yeah, it was Dahmer who died that way. They're like, "Hey, you're Jeffrey Dahmer, right?" He's like, "Yeah," and they beat him to death in the weight room or what have you, and that's how they finished him off. They broke a broomstick off in his behind. I don't think he wanted to kill him. You know, I don't think it was intentional that he wanted him to die. I think just like most cops, they do not like criminals. They don't like them a little bit, because that's their job, is to not like criminals. Like, that's that's part of the job, you know what I mean? And it's a rough job, but you got to play by the rules. Like, there you have to play by the rules if you're a police officer. There's just no two ways about it. You can't play in a gray zone. It's either black or white. It's either law or it's not. You can't go and do it half ass, or, hey, I'm going to treat you some kind of way. Especially not in this day and age when you've got a whole bunch of cell phones on you. Yeah, and I agree with you, Sheree. I think that now he's like, dude, I wish I had stomped him a couple more times, that kind of thing. Because now it's like he lost. Regardless, let's say you let Chauvin out of jail right now. Like, you're free as a bird, you got your pardon. His life's destroyed. He might as well just move to Mexico and change his name to Smith, because his life is done and over. There is not one person who doesn't know who he is, doesn't feel one way or the other about it. And unless they're a member of like the Aryan Brotherhood or something like that, they're gonna find him kind of disgusting. Nobody's gonna view him as a hero or a good guy. He's not the good guy in this situation. Like I said, George Floyd, complete piece of shit. When people are doing murals and all that kind of stuff. But the idiocy of this is, let's say Trump did listen to dumbass Shapiro, and let's say he listens to him. Let's say he gives Chauvin that pardon. How quick would this country catch fire? How quick would Donald Trump be labeled the biggest racist that's ever walked the face of the earth? How does this help when you're trying to build unity and bring America back from divisiveness? That's true, mister, and it's good to see you. But legitimately, like, what what the hell is Ben Shapiro thinking? And you know why? Because Ben Shapiro is Israel first. It's the Israeli wire. It's not. That's why he praises Trump so hard. Is because Trump is all about Israel. If Trump ever made a play where he didn't like Israel, you would hear Ben Shapiro talk the biggest amount of shit on anybody on this planet. I still want to know what's going on over at Daily Wire when all the chicks seem to be leaving. Like Candace Owens left. What's that other one? The one that looks like Ben Shapiro in drag. Brett Cooper, I think her name is. She bounced. Like what exactly is going on where the females that are there don't want to be there? Because they can't talk real publicly about it because anybody who's a smart business person always puts an NDA in place. Brett Pooper, that's her name, is Brett Pooper. The man who's not frail, D Dizzle. That's a question. So none of you guys watch any wrestling anymore except for probably me and Bagum D, right? Shit, I like it's doing that thing. Like, why does it do it to Mister and Bina? It like censors them. Mister said Candace left because of her position on Israel that she couldn't express, and Brett left because her following was much more than everyone else on the channel. Well, okay. So in Candace's case, that's I get that. I can see that difference of opinion with Brett Cooper. You have a big following and you're on the Daily Wire. I never watched her show. I don't really know who she is. The only reason why I've even heard the name Brett Cooper is because of the Daily Wire. So that's kind of screwed up that if she just bounced because they made her and then she bounced, right? But yeah, WWE, and I had posted this in the Discord. John Cena turning heel is just what the hell? What did I just see? Like you guys don't understand how important, like back in the day, Hulk Hogan turned to a heel and then formed the NWO with Kevin Nash and Scott Hall, right? This rivals that. Like it's as big a deal as that. Like it's a huge deal. Huge. And it's just a shame. Like I really do kind of wish you guys watched wrestling. Because wrestling legitimately is basically what politics is now too. Like they're kind of intertwined in a way. I don't even know how to describe it other than like if a wrestler's in the ring and he's cutting a promo, that's kind of like a politician going out there and like Trump giving a speech. Yeah, everything is kayfabe. That's a good way of putting it. And that's just it. Just like politics, some people are really good at it, and some people are really, really bad at it. But it's crazy how they're pretty much the same damn thing. Like how similar wrestling and politics are nowadays. Like it's so bad that you legit like Linda McMahon, WWE, and she's now the Secretary of Education. Like she was small business administration, I want to say in the first administration that Trump did, like in his first term. Now she is the Secretary of Education this go around, which legitimately I think that shit's going back to the States. Why did I lose my fucking chat? You guys are saying all kinds of stuff. I can see it coming up on the screen. Yeah. Glenn Jacobs is the mayor. He's the mayor of Knoxville, Tennessee, I want to say. Shut this down and restart it. Let's see. Nice. She don't wear no underwears. If she does, they have BS on like written into the back of them for Ben Shapiro. I'm telling you, Brett Cooper and Ben Shapiro, like it's just Ben Shapiro and drag. That's all Brett Cooper is. Yeah, it is. Well, that's a Undertaker. I don't think would ever run for political. Like, no lie, outside of his gimmick, he's kind of a boring dude. Like he parties and all that stuff, but as far as like talking and all that, he's kind of boring. And nowadays, you need somebody who is over the top, kind of badass. Like, look at what Trump did. Everybody, like, he was having fun. Like, he was ripping jokes, like, doing all kinds of craziness the other night, right? And there's not many politicians that can pull that off. Like, he's almost like a comedian sometimes. And he knows how to lay out like a political trap, too, very, very well. And then for whatever reason, it's like Bugs Bunny, like a Bugs Bunny cartoon with Elmer Fudd. The Democrats always walk into the trap like face first. Who, Undertaker? Undertaker was more his hips and his knees. Well, and his orbital bone. He got that shattered one time. What was it? Was it King Mabel? What the hell's dude's um Viscera, I think his name is. Broke his orbital bone with a splash. Like legitimately jacked them up. Well, dude, everything kind of pales in comparison to Undertaker throwing Mankind off the Hell in a Cell, right? Like that, just just seeing that is so iconic. Like if you mention it, most people are like, "Oh yeah, I did see that." Yeah, Hulk Hogan, he's problematic. I can't believe he's got like I can't believe Trump had him on the damn campaign trail either, because that man is racist as hell. So I used it's not purple forever. It's wild orchid. It's a very bright pink. And then when you're layering on, because the next color I used, where the hell did I put it? Right here? No, that's French vanilla. That's what I used for the shirt. That's her hair. What the fuck did I just do with that color? I'm using more of a peach tone for the actual skin tone, right? Looking at it, but the whole thing is where there's bleed through in the paint, that bright pink is going to accentuate it. So it gives it a darker background, but a better highlight. So you're layering out your paints, so to speak. But it makes the skin look more like if you look at your skin, see how I have these splotches of red coming through my paper white ass? Well, my paper white hand, right? Like the palm of my hand, you can see the blood vessels and stuff. So what you're doing is you're taking the bright pink and you're putting that under, and then when you put this coat on, it's layering over, and if you it hits a little thin in different spots, you'll get a highlight of the high pink. Yes, Mabel from Men on the Mission. Yes, that's correct, Mister. But yeah, Viscera. He went by Viscera when he was with the Undertaker in the Ministry. Can't remember. He hadn't. Was that all of his names? But yeah, he's a big sloppy fat bastard. And when I say that, I mean as a ring worker too. When it came to wrestling, like a very sloppy man, and as big as like Yokozuna was, Apparently, when he would drop like do the bonsai drop, people said it was like somebody hitting him with a pillow. Like he was very careful in the ring, never hurt anybody, and all that. And he was like 600 pounds or something like that, legitimately at the end there. But yeah, Viscera had a habit apparently of just not knowing how to control his weight when he would land. It's like there's certain guys, and it's funny because my buddy Guido had actually met him one time down at the Jersey Shore. He had met King Kong Bundy, and he said that dude was an asshole in real life the same way he was in the wrestling ring. Like he was just a jerk. Like when he met him. But some guys were actually like gentle giants. But yeah, that WWE shit. I watched that Saturday instead of watching ABL, and I was happy that I did because when it happened, everything went down. John Cena turned heel. I was like, get the fuck out of here. I was like 20 years, fans have been like, oh, cool, they're going to turn him heel. They're going to, there's always these rumors. But the whole thing is, John Cena has done more Make a Wish grantings than any person in history, like anybody else, like any celebrity, anything. His merchandise moves because he's always like the kid's favorite. He's not the adult's favorite. He's the kid's favorite. He's a good worker. He was, the best basically for a while there. He was always the man on top. And it was like when they turned him heel, it was like it was something that you never thought was ever going to happen. Caught everybody off guard. I think there might have been one or two people that might have guessed, hey, he's going to turn heel, but nobody knew it. And by turning heel, I mean going bad guy. But yeah, so that has happened. Um, Apparently, I guess, and I haven't watched it yet, but I heard that the Disney Plus show, Daredevil Reborn, is apparently pretty good. Actually, is not bad at all. So I got to check that one out. I know Falcon and Winter Soldier was pretty damn terrible. Oh, are you talking about oh god. Warner movie. Suicide Squad. Talking about that movie forever where he was Peacemaker. He was funny as hell in that role. John Cena is actually he's not a bad actor. Not bad at all. I know he's in like Fast and Furious like 9,000 or whatever the hell it is. I didn't see him or I didn't see it. But I know he's in that. The Rock. I don't know. I've gotten to a point with The Rock where I'm kind of sick of seeing him. I'm not going to lie. Like, he just kind of annoys me. And I heard he's like kind of a good guy if he thinks you're worth something, but if he doesn't think you're worth anything, he treats you like that. For example, he has assistants apparently on movie sets that he calls them pee bottle assistants, and instead of going relieving himself in a bathroom, will take an empty bottle, pee in it, and then give it to an assistant to go throw it out. Like what are we doing here, buddy? You're handing people piss jugs. What's up with this? I think I'm alright with the skin tone too. Wasn't sure if I was going to be able to layer it out right. Does it? Yeah, it does. It's off-putting. I'm going to have to touch up her hair, her eyes. Jesus. Yeebus. What else is going on in the mainstream or out in the zeitgeist that I haven't heard about? Anything interesting? Anything entertaining? Anything fun? Stuff that just makes you go, wow, that's awesome. Or, wow, that's really shitty. If the hot tub, I don't think they sell their pee. They sell their bath water. If they sell their fucking pee, that's amazing. Like, who buys somebody else's piss unless you're trying to pass a drug test and you know you're gonna pee hot? Like, honestly, who the fuck? Yeah, it's as bad as I don't know if you ever saw that show, Orange is the New Black, but they had a whole business going where they would get the prisoners to wear their underwear or whatever and then sell them to people on the internet and then smuggle it. It was like a whole thing, like one of the seasons on that show. Yeah, I mean, the heel turn itself, okay, so one of the big things that detracts from that heel turn, right? Well, you had to watch what preceded it, and everything else, mister. What detracts from it, though, in my opinion, really bad is that dude, Travis Scott. There's like a little skinny black dude that's in the ring with him that's, I guess, a rap star or something. And he actually, if you watch during the heel turn, the guy on the ground is Cody Rhodes and he slaps him, right? Like he lifts his head a little bit and slaps him. Apparently, he actually ruptured Cody Rhodes's ear when he slapped him because he didn't hit him right. Like he actually slapped him. He looks like one of the Hardy Boys. You obviously haven't seen the Hardy Boys lately. They they look well. Jeff's still kind of skinny, but Matt Hardy's like a little pudgy dude now. Matt Hardy, for some reason, always looked like a possum to me, like in the face. Jeff Hardy looked like a heroin addict, but Matt Hardy always looked like a possum. But yeah, Travis Scott, like he basically, I think he ruptured Cody Rhodes' eardrum, if I'm not mistaken, with the slap and gave him like a black eye or something. That's like, man, I hope Cody Rhodes actually gives him what's known as a receipt, which is like he hits him with a stiff punch. Because I would have been pissed. And that was me, like, all right, I'm going to let you slap me in the face, and then you do that to me. That skin tone matching. It does. It just doesn't look right on camera. But we're getting there with her. We're getting there. Let me see. Do the same thing to the legs real quick. Legs and the hands. Did that pink already dry out? Stuff's already starting to get goops. Wait, am I painting that correctly? Or is it just her thighs? Now I gotta look. No, I'm right. She's got garters on. Thought I was nuts for a second there. Yeah, he looks like the guy that would hang around like with like that 15-year-old you know is going to jail for the rest of his life eventually. And like that's the guy he takes you to buy like a gram of ragweed from. That's what Jeff Hardy looks like. He definitely looks like a low key like drug dealer or something. Yeah, Sheree's probably like, fuck this, I'm making the kids lunches tomorrow. Devin's probably eating popcorn, like, yeah, I'll put you on in the background, but I'm just gonna blow this part of the whole conversation off. I don't want to hear about wrestling. What the fuck? Guys are talking about wrestling. The the third the third member of Harlem Heat. Actually, wasn't it Sensational Sherry was their manager? And then I'm thinking of WWE with Booker T with Charmel, Queen Charmel. I'm telling you now, one of the last people you probably want to get in an argument with is probably Shirai. She she got kids, and you know she's got to keep control over them, like discipline their asses. Probably the last one you want to fuck with. She's New Jack's meaner sister, dude. Nobody's meaner than New Jack. I don't think there is anybody meaner than New Jack. I can't remember who it was. He tased and then threw the top of a scaffolding on purpose, and then said, "I hope that motherfucker died when he threw him." like, like he aimed for him to miss the tables. Basically, he was a crazy son of a bitch. Yeah, I can, dude. New Jack. So that's just it. Growing up outside Philly, ECW or whatever. My God, boy, the whole mass transit incident. I think that happened in New York though for some reason. But I remember when that happened, that was like a big buzz, big thing. Um, but yeah, New Jack was unbelievable. And yeah, I did see that The Rock had told him like, if you're gonna slap him, make sure you get blood on your hands or something like that. But at the same point in time, why the hell would you slap somebody in the ear? Like honestly, that dude had no business being in the ring. Why he even came out made no sense. You know, unless he's gay. Well, apparently he's a wrestling fan. All that. Who gives a shit? There's plenty of people that are wrestling fans. Why don't you bring Steve Amell in there, you know, and have him slap Cody around? Like, what the fuck are we doing here? The other part that bothered me about it was why didn't anybody come out to save Cody? Like when that heel turn went down, they just like let Cody get the shit beat out of him. Like nobody came to say it. Randy Orton, his best friend, didn't come out and help him. Like, you know, none of these like Jay Uso. Why didn't he come out yeeting all over the place or whatever the hell that goof it does? I don't know, dude. Like, here's the whole thing. Like, D will tell you. I guess I'm an old man like this because we've had D and I offline have had this discussion. when we're talking about like modern day rap and everything. And I'm like, bro, I can't get into it. And he's like, that's because that shit's not made for you. So I'm like clueless when it comes to modern day rap and shit because it just doesn't appeal to me. Like it just doesn't land with me like the old stuff does. I don't know. Maybe I'm just too white for it. Like it's my whiteness kicking in. I have no idea. But even Dee's told me, he's like, yeah, that's because that shit isn't made for you. I'm still debating on making her cheeks flesh tone or should I make them underwear? I guess I can go flesh tone with it. Yeah, and you're right, D. At 110%, like I he took away from the moment. You're right. That's the best way of putting it. Like why? You were unnecessary. You were a third wheel. Really didn't need you coming out there to your own music and then carrying your title and all that crap. Like just who are you? No one cares. You're not like some of these other guys like Logan Paul or Bad Bunny or somebody that they brought in that is going to get active in the ring, be pretty damn decent, any of that stuff. You're just some jabroni that's hanging out, I guess, with The Rock. Like, is that what it is? Like him and The Rock? Like he's Rock's fluffer or something? I don't know what's going on there. Oh yeah, dude. That's just it. When Hulk Hogan turned and they started throwing the trash in the ring and like cuz he even worked it into his promo at that. He goes, "You people are just like this trash that's being thrown into the ring right now." Yeah, that's what I think of you. You miserable, whatevers. But I do love the fact that they've retroactively gone back cuz when Hulk Hogan turned heel, what came out of his mouth was you guys are looking at the new world organization of wrestling, brother. And that's what he said. And they've gone back and edited it. So he says New World Order. But originally he didn't call it the New World Order. He called it the New World Organization of Wrestling. He botched. What? They whacked the dude and his little girl? Like, man, you've definitely done something like I don't know how shit rolls it nowadays. Back in the day, a civilian was a civilian. If they weren't in the game, then you didn't touch them. If that shit has changed and like they're taking out dudes and their children, was it another rapper or was it another rapper or was it like like some other gang or what was the deal with that, sure? Yeah, and you got it in one, sure. Women and children were off. They're not in the game. But I know that because legitimately that's always been kind of just an understood because it makes you look weaker and all that. But I know South American countries, they're kind of thug life. They go after the family immediately. Like it's not just you; they go after your family immediately. Yeah, exactly, Diz. I don't know nobody, anybody that you could say, "Hey, I want you to go take out this 5-year old." They'd be like, "Yo, you're sick, dude." But yeah, who takes out a 5-year-old? The headless bodies in the dumpsters in New Jersey? I think that's fiction. I do know they did find like what's funny is everybody knows that Pine Barrens in New Jersey, kind of out where I lived, the next town over or whatever was kind of a dumping ground out that way for gangster bodies, like from New York. They'd drive down the body and dump them. And I guess a pair of guys came down to dump a body and were either lost or just didn't really give a shit and just dumped that thing right on the side of the road. That wasn't good. That was in like I want to say like Philadelphia Inquirer, and then we had the Courier Post or what have you, where I was at. And I know that was like one of the big headlines for like a week or two about mob dumps body and, off this road. I won't tell you where my road was because my parents still live there, but it was like, oh shit. Guess they didn't feel like driving the rest of the way out into the woods. Just threw them right on the side of the road. I do know that was one of those serial killers, and I don't know which one, got nailed because he called down to the superintendent to let them know, like he was in an apartment building, called the super and had maintenance come up. And he was like, yeah, my toilet's backed up. And they're like, what's in the toilet? And he's like, guts. And the guy starts plunging the toilet, and a bunch of internal organs start floating up, like out of the toilet. And sure enough, this dude had like two people or something chopped up in his freezer in his fridge. And that's how he got caught. like, like what the fuck, dude? That was a while ago. Yeah, that one you can probably find that story, the actual name of the guy on the internet. But yeah, that's kind of a old old interesting story. I just can't remember the dude's name. Some crazy fuckers out in this world. Yeah, it does make you wonder though. Somebody would take out a 5-year-old, especially if they're like younger, like say they're like a teenager. Take out some kid like that. What happens when they're like 30? Do they think back on what they've done and it haunts them, or do they just that? Well, it was business or what have you. Terrifying shit. I got one. My wife and I were talking about it, and she's like, "Did you see this shit that happened?" And I don't know where it was. I don't know if it was India, Pakistan, wherever. Somewhere over in the Middle East, right? Apparently, this dude gets nailed, and he was a rapist, and he had raped 8 to 80 dumb, cripple, and crazy, right? And he did like 12 or 14, but apparently the culture over there is different. Like women are more like property than they are like people. But he basically he did that shit to a little girl, and he was in court, and they have him up on the stand, and apparently the entire town's like the women in the town, there's like 200 of them, all came into the court while he was up on the stand, bum rushed him, and tore him to pieces with their bare hands. Like, do you know how hard it is to tear flesh with your bare hand? Yeah, I do remember that. The two little kids they found in the trunk of the car. But I don't think that was like, I don't think they got whacked though, did they? I thought that was like their mom did that shit to them for some reason. But yeah, I do remember that story. I just don't remember the actual story, like what happened with it. I do remember them finding kids in the trunk of a car. They were like missing or whatever, and they found their bodies. But I thought that was like a mother or something had smothered them. Yeah, yeah, that's right. Okay, yeah, I think I'm right. It was like the mother did it or what have you. Yeah, I mean, look, next time they'll clean their rooms. Like maybe they had a third brother. That kid will learn to clean his room now. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, and that's just it. There's a lot of parents that do that. I know there was one woman that took her car. She had like an infant in the car. I don't want to say like a 2 or 3 year old, and drove that shit into a lake, and then swam out and just left the kids in the car. Like, but she did that shit on purpose. Like, she actively drove it in the lake and killed them. Well, yeah. Well, I mean, that's because when mom tells you something, you don't listen. She's got to enforce that shit somehow. Sometimes she'll slap you so hard your soul will come out. Now, if it comes back in or not, that's a whole different matter. But Casey Anthony, yeah, there you go. I do remember that shit. And New Jersey's a fucked up place. I told you, I think I've said this before. There's only ever two times I've been knocked out in my entire life. One was my buddy Jake hit me over the head with a 2x4 and dropped me. And the other was actually my mom hit me in the head with an cast iron frying pan, throwing it across the room because I had hit my sister and she was cooking at the time. And she just wasn't thinking. She was just that angry because I had hit my sister. My sister was crying or whatever. And I tried to run. And like I had these stairs that went up to a landing and then turned a corner. Well, I had run and I ran up the landing. And when I got to the landing, I turned around to see where my mom was, how far she was, because I knew she was pissed. She was yelling or whatever while she was running. And she had already thrown the damn frying pan at me. And that shit, like I turned around just in time, caught that right in the head, knocked me cold. I woke up with her crying and standing over me. I'm so sorry. What? You lost your job? How did you get tricked into quitting? That's I mean, granted, any company's going to try and get you to quit because then they don't have to pay out especially if you're still in New Jersey, then they don't have to pay out the unemployment. They can fight you on it. Okay, so they sent out an invitation to join a new team. You're waiting. Can't get that paint to adhere right there. Yo, I don't. Is that fucking shit legal? Like, I would fight the fuck out of that one. That sounds like a deceptive firing practice. I definitely, I would take that one to court and win, if I were you, or at least threaten to, and they'll at least give you some kind of decent severance package. Devin's calling bullshit. We know it's bullshit. Man, I gotta stop screwing around with this high pink. It dries out faster than any other paint I've ever seen. What the fuck? Yeah, I'm dead serious when I say like HR would definitely be a thing, and labor board the whole night. Like I would just go off. Yeah. Yep. I would seek consultation as well. Like firing you for cause is one thing or whatever. Saying you resigned a position that you said, no, I did not resign. They said, well, we got this email here, and you can say, yes, you were. I thought it was a promotion to a new team. And so there was a miscommunication or misunderstanding. But you guys framed it in a way where there would be a miscommunication or a misunderstanding. Why don't they just fire you? You know, like if they don't want you working there, then they'll find cause and fire you. Yeah, I would definitely. I'd be on the phone with whatever kind of HR department you have there. If you don't have an HR department, on the phone with whoever's in charge, and be flipping shit. You know, I just had this weird thought too. I don't know why I just had this weird ass thought. Don't they say that Donald Trump is a racist? Like, don't like Democrats usually call Donald Trump racist? So does that mean you? Okay, so let me get this straight. The people that are calling Donald Trump a racist made a child of color one of his Secret Service, right? And the only people that didn't applaud for him are the people that are calling Trump a racist. Aren't they the racists? Did they not applaud for him because it was Donald Trump, but more because they're racist? So why would they applaud a black kid getting awarded something? Like, does that make sense? Like you can flip that shit right around on them, can't you? What's up, Stranded? How are you? When did you dip in? By the way, hi everybody. I've been here for 20 minutes and just kind of chilling in the background, letting you guys do your thing. It's one of those things. One of the reasons why I don't support Ukraine, I guess the way I think some other people do, but one of the reasons why is because they have actual Nazis enlisted in their army. Like, what the fuck is that? Like, yeah, you guys just cuddling up with the worst motherfuckers in this world. T, did you just say I'm just a black dude who made it out the hood? I mean, you're not lying, but you're way more than that. Like, and the shittiest part was that you could always made it out of that hood. You just didn't realize it because of where we were in the world. Like we thought shit was supposed to be one way, and then you kind of open your eyes and realize it's not supposed to be this way. This can be fixed. Move onward and upward. What makes a Nazi a Nazi? Well, let's see. He is wearing a swastika, a Nazi swastika, tattoo. Um, he was legit saying Heil Hitler. Hail Hitler or Heil Hitler. Like they believe in nothing but white supremacy and death to Jews. Um, like legit Nazis, the Azog Battalion. Like it's so bad that they were literally called out by left wing media before Russia really went in there and started attacking Ukraine, and we all got behind them. But yeah, legitimately, there's actual Nazis fighting for fucking Ukraine. They believe in all of Hitler's ideologies. And yeah, D. I mean, that's just it. I look at where I came from, you know what I mean? Broken home. Like, dude, if I told people the facts about my life, I say this all the time. Let's say it's not me. If I just, you didn't know what color my skin was, and I said to you, my parents were divorced at 7. My mom basically took me for, I went to work at 14, had to pay all my mom's bills, do this, that, do the other thing, while my dad was just completely disowned me, moved on to a new family. I worked in a hole in the wall bar where they'd sweep the eyeballs up after closing, it, from the time I was 14 to like 17, and then the bar cleaned up, and I worked there on the solid side, slanging weed, and you know doing very bad shit. Then I worked in the hood and da 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 da. Right, like I went through my whole laundry list of my life. People wouldn't think I was white. Like if I had told you to assume what color I am, a lot of people for some reason would be like, "Oh, you're a black dude." Like, no, no, I'm white as the driven snow. I've just had a shitty story. But now you know, I'm retired at fucking 49 years old. living in a nice house, like decent house. It's not a mansion. But it's a perfect home for me. And like you can get out of it. You can make it through. It's just perseverance, a little bit of luck, skill, and a lot of fucking effort. Yes. All right. So this swastika, it's actually a Hindu, I want to say, Indian, like Hindu, from India, symbol of peace. But then you turn it at a certain angle. Hitler reused that same symbol as his symbol, which is the swastika, right? And turned it. I want to say it's like a half turn to the right or something like that. Dude, yeah. Yeah, well, you're not wrong. You're not wrong, D. Not even slapped their wives up. They just left the wife home and went out with other women. That's all. That's what them dudes did. A lot of them. Allegedly. Allegedly. I'm not going to say that for a fact, but allegedly. Yeah, I definitely grew up in a different time. I mean, it's fucked up. We went from, and there's people now watching right now where we grew up where there was nothing but if you wanted to call a friend or whatever you had 'em- and you were out and about, you were like, oh shit, give me like 25 cents so I can make this call from that payphone over there. Call them collector, you crazy? That's like going to cost them $5 on their phone bill next month. I didn't run numbers for a guy named Mickey. His name wasn't Mickey. I'm not going to say what his name was because, like, well, mob's pretty much dead. Like, the mafiosos and all that shit, it's pretty much lost. It's gone. Different time, different place. RICO charges definitely stacked up on people. But I'll tell you now, I'll never give somebody's actual fucking name that was like that. Not unless they're dead and there's no blowback on me ever. You lost your fucking mind. Yeah, payphones were crazy. Payphones and pagers. When pagers came out, my God. Yo, what you got a payphone for? You're not a doctor or a lawyer. No, I'm not. Stranded's got it in one. You have a collect call from, hey, motherfucker, I'm at the bowling alley. Meet me now. Do you accept these charges? It's the way you get around shit. Yeah, you used to be able to call up and be like, operator. And somebody would actually be there to say, operator, how can I help you? Try doing that shit now. Good luck. Yeah, we definitely grew up in an era of loose lips sinking ships. Um, Seen good people get in deep and get fucked up. I've seen bad people get away with fucking shit that like they never should have. Definitely a different time. Definitely I'm not gonna say a better time, just different. I think there's no better time than like now. And I think there's no better time than like now because we've all Like, I mean, look at where we are with technology and understanding and knowledge and all this kind of stuff. And even if you're struggling right now, there's hope that you can pull out of it. I mean, pulling out of things, I wasn't always good at that, but I've gotten better in my older age. Sheree caught it. I made it funny, and Sheree, I think, is the only one who caught it. Oh, God damn it. I keep dropping this fucking thing. Keep fat fingering it. That's what she said. But yeah, I'm trying to think of anything else that's like super like, oh shit, I can't believe this just happened. I couldn't believe the whole fight with between Trump and Zelensky in the Oval Office. Like I said, I thought Trump at one point was just going to slap him. And I was going to be dead. Like I would have just fallen out of my chair. Like, you got bitch slapped by the president of the United States of America. Yeah. Yep. Jiggling all the payphones for the arcade money. That's one of those other things kids can kind of experience at Dave and Buster's, but not really. Is the old school smell of fucking teenage hormones and hairspray from the girls and all that at an old like 80s 90s arcade. Like girls with that high hair, like teased up to the moon. They'll never get that experience though. One of the things that screwed up. So my estranged daughter, when she came to visit, I was showing her because I have old videotape of me and the guys when we were kids throwing parties and stuff, and she didn't get to see the videotapes, but we also kept documents because the place that we were, it was called Club Lippo. Like that's what we called basically the whole upstairs of the house or whatever we had converted over to party area. And eventually the basement too, right? Was Club Lippo. You came to Club Lippo to hang out and drink and all that. It was my club. And we're reading through one of the sets of documents, and it was called the Love Rumbus, and it was basically like everybody at the time, like their teenage relationships and how they were fucked up, and like so and so was dating so and now they're with Mike and blah blah blah, and like just chain of events. It read like the Similarian for Lord of the Rings, right? Like the bloodlines and shit. It was funny. But we get to one part where it's like, and the beer ball ran out of alcohol, or no, what was it? And they went on a run to go get a beer ball. And my daughter looked at me and said, "What is a beer ball?" And I was like, "Holy shit!" And had to explain what a beer ball is. Do you guys know what a beer ball is? Like any of you? Do any of you guys remember like what a beer ball is? I thought it was fine. Like I was dead. I was like, "Oh yeah." It looked like a Christmas ornament, but it was like this yellow plastic, and it was in a cardboard box that was lined with like a trash bag, kind of like a clear trash bag. And yeah, well, and what it was like quarter the size of a quarter keg, right? So, like normal, everybody calls them kegs. Those are half kegs, right? Then the quarter kegs are the little guys. They're like, if this is a normal half keg, quarter kegs are here, right? And then a beer ball was about that much. So it was like maybe like an eighth of a keg. But they cost about $20. They came in Budweiser, Coors Light, um, and I can't remember what else. And you had to buy a tap for it, and then you put the tap in just like you would like a keg. But the whole beauty of it was because it came in a cardboard box and all that, you could just throw the ice right in the box with the beer ball. Yeah, a little bit bigger. It was right around the size of a basketball, maybe a little bigger. Stranded. Yeah, I think Stranded knows what I'm talking about. How you doing, Paul? But yeah, like so we hit that, and I had to pull up pictures on the internet and show her. I was like, yeah, this is a beer ball. This is what they look like. This is how it worked. Like, had to explain everything. And like, it was nuts to me because I was like, I wonder when the hell they stopped making beer balls. Like, I forgot these things even existed. But, at the, because after I started working, well, when I was 14, I was working at the bar. I could get kegs or quarter kegs and half kegs if I needed one. So it wasn't that big a deal. So we stopped drinking party balls or what have you. Yeah, it's crazy. I just wonder when they stopped making those things. It wasn't 70s, dude. That was, I say, I'd have been 15, 16. So we're talking 91. Yeah, 91, 92, somewhere in there. Maybe even 93. It was actually in the fucking 90s they had those things. They stopped making them with a 40 can. The old 40. It's like Mad Dog 2020. That shit. That and then another thing that went away as I've gotten older, and like it's funny because it's one of those things that I just figured would have been around forever. Bartles and James wine coolers, right? Or any, and now I think it's any kind of wine cooler. I don't know that they exist anymore. I don't remember seeing them like ever at like liquor stores or any of this. Like last time I was in the liquor store, like I don't think wine coolers exist anymore. That Zima. What's up, Beans? It's called Mad Dog because that's the actual brand. Mad Dog 2020. It says right on it 2020. The old English 4040. Bartles and James. E and J. Yeah. Hold on a second. You know what? Let this stuff dry a little bit since the skin tone's coming along. It looks like much pastier on camera, but it's the skin tone. Let me see if I put it back on my skin tone. Nah, it's still brighter, but skin tone's starting to come along. The Beans Bonanza. What about the Incredible Hulk? No, I have no idea because I never drank that shit. Shit, let me grab my keyboard. Can you guys hear me? Night beans. All right, thank you, thank you. I don't know what happened. Like shit just crapped out apparently. Like I tried unplugging the mic, plugging it back in, a whole 9 yards. I ended up having to power off the whole deck and then firing it back up. That's what happens. I bring up nostalgia and the time warp wipes out my microphone. But yeah, there you go. This is the description of a beer ball right here. Or perfect beer ball. You can see where the tap goes in, the whole 9 yards, how big it was. Please stand by for technical difficulties. Huh. I still don't know what happened there. That was weird. Get rid of this one. Cleaning up these extra images I just picked up. Remove that. I think I found the picture for whenever I have technical difficulties moving forward. So anytime I have technical difficulties, or you guys tell me I lose audio, let me know, and I'll put this up as the main header. To That's a midget on a unicycle. I think I saw this man wrestle Hornswoggle back in the day. I'm not sure though. Yeah, I'll save that. That's my technical difficulties. Just having a small problem. Dude was holding the sign that said "Fuck you, motherfucker. Read my book." That's fucking epic. Like if I saw that coming down the street, I would buy that man's book. I'm sorry. To me that would be amazing. Probably lose chat here for a second. Boom, boom, boom. No, I didn't lose chat. Good. But I will share this too because this is just epic. Let's see, where are you? Downloads. Yep, there we go. I just want to know how many of you remember this. I'm sure it is short stories. That's very true. It's got to be a small book. It fits on any coffee table. You can store it in the overhead rack. It's so small. So we used to love it because it tasted like Sprite a bit, right? And I'll never forget my buddy Guido. He drank a case of it himself. Zima got so sick on that shit. Never bought it again. That was the last time we any of us ever had a Zima because we couldn't get it around him. Like if he smelled it, it made him sick. Oh, they're putting them in cans now. Let's see. Now, of course, it's a web file. Let me snip this out real quick. Apparently, they're making a comeback. I'm looking for the originals. These are the new type that I'm looking at now. Let's see, where are you? You guys have to be able to see them on the sidelines, right? Instead of chat. But yeah, apparently these guys are making a comeback right here. But yeah, Bartles and James. Apparently they're making wine coolers again soon. And you know these are new because they got like sangria in there. They got strawberry daiquiri. I bet you those things are good as hell too. I used to love that shit when I was a kid. I don't drink anymore, so somebody will have to let me know out there. Like, oh yeah, I got one and I tried it. It's not bad. Or yeah, this tasted like dog piss. And why you know what dog piss tastes like, I don't know, but that's a you problem. Boons, Jesus. I for some reason I think Boone's is still around. Fucking Boone's. I remember that was definitely a girl thing back in the day. Was Boone's. Yeah, well, like parents back in the day, I remember sipping my dad's beer when I was like 5 or 6. Like my dad thought it was cute that I grabbed this beer and took a swig and was like, "Oh, I don't know, I like that." You know, like people were just think about it. Station wagons, for example. How many kids would you pack in the back of a station wagon back in the day? Like, your parents would pack their kids in station wagons, like four or five of you. So like safety standards were definitely different back in the day. Now you got like football helmets you got to put on and car seats and everything else. Jesus, Cisco. Yeah, it's weird how shit changes. I remember, God rest him, my one buddy Umar wanted to do like this skit comedy show with me at one point. Um, Back in the day, back when we were in Camden or whatever. D would know him or remember him. But Umar wanted to do this thing, and I was like, "What the hell are we going to call the skits show?" And he's like, "What we drink." He's like, "It'll be called Henny and Jackie D," because I always drank Jack Daniels. That was always my alcohol of choice. So it was going to be Henny and and Jackie D. Like, I'll never forget. Umar had this one skit plotted out, and like to this day, I still kind of wish we did make it, but we were going to go into one of the like bodegas in Camden where he had a friend working, and it was going to be him, and it was you know this black chick that he knew in there, and Umar was going to like the skit was basically he was going to walk up to her and be like, "I lost my cracker," and she'd be like, "Crackers are down aisle four." He's like, "No, no, no, I don't think you understand. I lost my cracker, my honky." Right? And then it was going to be like code red basically in the store, and the door we're going to show the doors locking and everything else, and like, oh shit, the cops are going to come and all this stuff. And then like I can't come walking up to the counter and I'm carrying like a bag of pork rinds and eating them. Be like, what's all the panic about? And he's like, get the fuck over here, you don't you? And just starts screaming at me like it was like a mom yelling at a kid. It was like the way we had it plotted out. We thought it would have been like a fucking hysterical skit, or like that shit would be funny as hell. Strawberry was the one. Man, definitely. We grew up in a different time, folks. Nowadays, like, you say to a kid, like, are you going out to a party? No, me and my friends are just going to stay in and play some Xbox Live. Like, motherfucker. Like, couldn't you at least lie to me and pretend like you're going to a party? Yeah, but you know what? As lame as they are, definitely, definitely better because, I don't have to go to a police station and say, what the fuck did you do? Like, I know Bagham's like this with his son as well, where we flat out, like, I was like this with my kids. I showed them video. I'm like, this is what I did when I was your age. Don't you fucking do this. You'll grow up to be an asshole like me. Okay, we won't, you know. Or they try to pull something. Unfortunately, I tried pulling that shit like, when before you were even swimming in my nutsack. So like I know what you're gonna pull. and you're going to get busted every time. So, in a way, you can't fault them for not trying to pull the stuff we pulled when we were kids because you can't get away with it with parents that know what the fuck you're going to do. Doers white label. Oh, no, dude. God, what was it that there was one, and it was a knockoff Jack Daniels. And when I was in between jobs, I had gotten it and I was drinking it. And Guido used to call it my rot gut. And like it was something Jack Evans, I want to say it's called number one or something like that. And they put it in a bottle just like it's Jack Daniels. And the label looks like Jack Daniels, and that shit is rot gut. Like you drink it and you're just like, how I don't even know how I was drinking that shit back in the day. I want to say it was Jack Evans though, is what it was called. Jack Evans number one. Yeah, my mom basically didn't even care what I was doing. I could have been like, "Mom, I'm going out and I'm gonna go shoot heroin now," and she'd be like, "Okay, have fun. Yeah, whatever. Fuck. Oh, by the way, rent's due next week." Like, Mom, I'm 17. That's fine. I don't care. $400 in my hand for find a new place to live. Okay. Yeah, like I mean, when we were super little, remember it used to be the street lights just came on. Everybody get the fuck home. I don't feel like fucking catching shit. I was always the kid like street lights are home. I'm gonna go out now. I can go to the good skateboard spot because nobody's there. Hmm. Okay. Skin tone is coming together on her. To repaint. I was going to have to do a lot of touch. There's definitely going to be a shit ton of touch up on this thing. Let's see, how's her arm even look? It's not bad. Head's a little creepy. It's just skin toned. Let's see how that noggin looks ratcheted in. Yeah, she's getting there. Oh, the the Everclear. That fucking yeah, yeah. I'm gonna shoot this like it's vodka. The fuck you are. Yeah, I was definitely. I grew up on the wrong side of the tracks. My wife, we talk about it when we were kids or whatever. She's like, yeah, the street lights would come on, and if you weren't home, she's like, you'd have other people's parents beating your ass on the way home. Be like, oh, what are you doing out? You better get home. I'm calling your mother. Blah 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 blah, and then whoop your ass, and then like the next person in line would just whoop your ass too. Yeah, Everclear is no joke. None. You are not wrong. It's good for stripping oil off of screws and stuff, though. It's like actual real deal moonshine, like somebody trying to like prove how cool they are by drinking a shit ton of that. That never works out either. Like hillbilly white lightning. Like not that fake bullshit that you get like actual old school from the Appalachia. No joke moonshine. It's crazy that I like when I think back to how much I used to drink and how often and everything else, and the fact that I don't drink at all. Like, I mean, not a drop in 13 years. It's fucking insane. Yeah, well, I mean, reality was, though, times were kind of better back then because everybody in the neighborhood knew, like, you knew who the asshole was in your neighborhood. You knew the kid that was going to jail for the rest of his life by the time they were 13, you know? And so did all the parents. I think I've told that story when I was telling the ghost story. There is one kid, his name was Joey Bastard, and people literally had, like, their parents would call him Bastard and had his name programmed into their phones into the caller ID because you used to be able to do that with a phone number. Like, put in whatever name you wanted for it, kind of like you can do in a cell phone when you save off somebody's info. But people's caller ID would blow up and it would say Bastard when it called. Joe Bastard. Yeah, it does look like it's at Naruto. It does. I mean, it'll look more like what it's supposed to look like as this shit goes. But yeah, you're not wrong. Forever. And yeah, that's just it. Mountain Dew was used originally as a chaser for was originally used as a chaser for moonshine. Dude, it's crazy. Moonshine, like that's how we got NASCAR. It's fucking moonshiners, racing. Like, goddamn. Talk about crazy bad ideas invented through alcohol. Moonshiners doing runs invent a sport called NASCAR. Oh yeah, I'm gonna definitely need to touch up blue, yellows, like, which is fine. A preliminary paint into a final paint will be cool. Yeah, finish painting out her cheeks too. It's not right. That's not right. Can't leave her with a blackened behind. Actually, I overdid it as I hit the blue in there. She got a badonkadonk. Nah, I don't need an excuse, considering I'm going to paint underwear on there. There was, true story. There is one model I was like, oh, that is badass looking, right? It's Psylocke from X-Men. She's like all ninja girl and all that, but the whole thing is it's the old school one where she looks like she's in a one-piece swimsuit, basically. She's got the katanas out and all that. I was like, oh, that's going to be an awesome 3D print statue to do and all that. And then I clicked to see how many pieces it breaks into, everything else before I go printing it. And I'm looking at the different pictures on the dude's site, and I had already downloaded the file. And I was like, oh shit, he did a fully nude version, right? I'm like, well, fuck, I don't want that one. Like, I'm not going to be putting that shit on stream. So here I am, and I'm like getting ready to print it, and I always start whenever I do one of these things. I'll do like this part first because this is your base that connects. So if that comes out fine, then I know the other parts are pretty much going to come out fine. So I start printing out the like setting it up to change the file over so I can 3D print it. And I'm like, okay, so the chest, is the bathing suit. You can see the outlines for it, everything else. The crotch of the bathing suit, however, is there, but the under model he never fixed and adapted for it. And I was like, oh, you went into serious detail here, my friend. I mean, it's art, but yeah, like I don't need a nude model of anything pretty much sitting around here. Like just not my thing. Like why would I want a naked model of a superhero? Kind of kind of creepy. Kind of creepy. So I was like, well, either maybe eventually I'll go in and fix the model like using Blender, or I'll just find somebody else who puts up a better version. But I was like, damn, that's fucked up. Like he adapted it so that it had the original bathing suit on, and that was cool. I was like, oh, that's really neat. Thank God I don't have to go with this naked ass shit. And then sure enough, he forgot to adapt the model completely. And it's like, yeah, oh, I can see what religion she is. Liquor is quicker. Liquor before a beer, you're in the clear. Beer before liquor will make you sicker. Oh, all right. I'm not even going to hit touch ups. Let's see. I was going some way with this. Her mouth is black in the background and white. Does this shit hide her eyebrows? Is that why I'm not seeing like outlines of eyebrows? That's fucking creepy. Yeah, it's creepy as hell. Let me see. If I do this, maybe you guys can see better. Yeah, no eyebrows. My people. All right. Like I know she's got eyelashes too. This is one of those damn things where I always feel like I should probably pull the model up in Blender, take a snapshot of it so I know what I'm working with. Actually, you know what? Hopefully this doesn't fuck anything up. Let me see. For 3D. Let's see. Anime. Luffy, Midnight, One Piece, Yamada, Anime Warrior, All Might. Nope. Shit, I gotta figure out where I put this fucking thing. Maybe it's under printed. Oh. Hikomo Toga, where are you? Try new 2. Damn. One Piece Luffy, Man of Steel. Wait, there we go. Okay, let me see. Files. What do we got under images? No. Bottom half, anime hair. Where the fuck is her head? It's this one. This thing, you guys can still hear me, nothing cut out, right? Let's see. Good stuff. Snippets. Oh, this is fun. Let's throw that over there. Now I can at least see what her face looks like. So shading in. Stuff gives me heartburn, I swear. So right here, there is an eyebrow. She actually does have her eyeball, which, of course, the white and the way the light's hitting, you guys can't even see that shit. The real question is, what color is her pupil? Might as well do her teeth while I'm here. Give you guys like an idea of where the eyes and everything sit. It does not look right. It's got to be like an eyelash or something going on there. Maybe here it looks too big compared to the other. Let's see, I'll fill in a little. Actually, go to a finer tip. So interesting. The chat got quiet. Why is everybody so quiet? Stranded, are you smoking a bowl or something? You're quiet. Devin's always quiet, so I just take that with a grain of salt. I'm just happy she's here this week. Last week I was worried about her. Wait, playing with the cats for real, or is that a euphemism? Good night, D. Love you back, brother. Like, share, subscribe, bitches. And that shit's so much funnier if you know what D actually sounds like. Like, eventually, I will get his voice on stream. And if you heard him talking, he would say it just like this: 4 a.m. comes goddamn early. Yeah, good chat with you, brother. Like, share, subscribe, bitches. Yeah, I kind of figured that. Stranded. I was joking. I'm sorry, it wasn't a good joke. Simple D, you haven't been here till what the ending. The way I end every show is don't take shit from anyone. DTSFA. Yeah, it's the way I end this show every time. Actually, those eyebrows kind of work, huh? Let me hit the light so you can actually see because it's such a light complexion. Still looks terrifying. I mean, when we pop her hair on, should look a bit better. Starting to get there. Don't try, but it's don't trust Austin or don't trust it. Austin used to say it was don't trust anyone 316. And Austin 316 says I just whooped your ass. That dude, that redneck with his roid rage. Holy shit, what the fuck? That's what it says, sir. My God, Austin shaking hands with McMahon. He said made a deal with the devil. Oh, what do we got? This freak with her little almond eyes. Trying to get that. A little bit of her eyelash. It's a pain in the ass. Damn it. It's looking way creepy. How about now? Does that look? How's that look, guys? Like when I do this, the hair. I think that's pretty close to what she looks like, right? Yeah, see. The whole thing is when I'm painting it, I need that extra bright light on it. When I'm actually examining it, though, or showing it off on the camera, I have to kill the light off. Let me see. Let's see what she looks like with her little buns on. I don't mean the ones under the skirt. Creepy but cute, right? Now the thing is, I'm half tempted to come in with a cherry red, just a little bit, maybe a little water in it, dilute it, and hit the side cheeks. Oh, all right. Let's see. I screwed up right there. Screwed up a little bit there. Clean those up real quick. I say I'll probably go one more round with this. Like maybe nail the socks out real quick. Like touch them up with the black since I've got it out anyway. But they're more of a very dark gray. It looks like almost black, but not quite black. So to go over them, the shoes are black. Polish them up a bit. The bandoliers around the garter belts, they're black. So I can touch that stuff up. Um, oh, you know what? I got the white out right now. Sorry, I'm touching your no-nos, but just in case. Get that white in there. She does have a little heart in the underwear, too. It's got to get touched. Let's see. She's standing off angle, so yeah, her underwear would go in there. Which I don't remember her underwear exposing that much cheek on the show. Maybe I should bring it out a little, like out to here. I don't know. I always feel pervy about doing. That's why you don't see me painting too many models with skirts on, I guess. And I know you guys can't even see what the hell I'm doing, really. Probably. If I adjust it just right and let it dry a little bit and then hit it again. Just trying to think of a woman while she's walking away with white underwear on. Where does it land? I like I said, I kind of feel grody painting that part. Did I just say fucking grody? Like I'm 12. Yeah, there's definitely going to be touch up on these. That white going. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Sheree. I don't know why I said grody. Should have said like I don't know. I feel sleazy. Sleazy would have been a better thing, but grody works, I guess, in this. Like the diddler. Like grody to the max. Like totally. I remember when girls used to walk around and actually talk like that legitimately. Jesus. Like, what the hell? Like, my dad owns a vehicle distribution center. He's very important. I'm not going to lie. I remember, I think it was ABL, right? Devin called in the one time and she was talking, and I loved her accent because it was just like Devin has it was awesome when she called in because she's like, yeah, it's Devin or whatever. And like the way she said it, I was like, wow, Devin's got a fuck you accent. Like you could, she sounds like somebody who would just be like, yeah, matter of fact, go fuck yourself. And I was like, what a great accent. Yeah, Valley Girl Day, like girls acting ditzy and cutesy. I'll tell you what, I'll take that over dudes acting ditzy and cutesy because that's kind of the way shit went nowadays. Yeah, I definitely want to get this little bit of touch up on this head done. So I think the head came out not bad. Actually, all right with it at this point. Let's see when the hair hits how that looks. Does it actually cover up that line? Yeah, it does. It does. Yeah, I'm thinking I'm going to go in here with a little bit of red, like I said, and clean up the cheeks so they look a little better. That little valley. I'm not going to lie, I would be in jail if I were a teenager nowadays. There is no way. Just the way I used to talk and like was just frank about everything. Girls would be like, "Yo, like what the fuck? You just came out right ahead and said what you were in the mood to do, and I wasn't in the mood for it, so therefore you're going to jail, sir." Like, fuck. I wouldn't even know how to like ask a girl out on a date nowadays, you know? Like before it was just, "Hey, you know what? You're really Really cute. You want to go somewhere and do some stuff? Let's say any more. I guess the best way to put it is a frank nature, and I was just always honest about things. Yeah, see, I couldn't do that shit because there was plenty of people, or yeah, that if I just saw them on social media or dealt with them on social media, I never would have done anything with them in real life because they would have disgusted me. But there's people that you got to meet in real life and their personalities were so attractive or what have you that you ended up doing stuff, you know? Like I don't know. I don't know how you pull that shit off now. Like I actually kind of feel bad for kids in that way. All right, give me that very light red. Like seriously, like you saw a girl, you thought she was cute or whatever, and you struck up a conversation and just, if things hit off, things hit off. If they didn't, they didn't. Too red. You know. Um, and even if you got shot down, you got shot down, Like, yeah, it sucks, but it also, I guess, after a while, like, you don't hit on everybody, but shooting your shot, you know, it builds character, especially when you get shot down. Especially when you get shot down. Because you're not always going to hit the home run. You're not always going to. You're not always going to win. Sometimes you're going to lose. You may like somebody and think they're really, really cute, and they think you're just, nope, you're not for them or whatever. But don't be afraid to take the shot because you'll miss out on something if you don't. And then after a while, you get used to, oh, well, you know, not into me. I'll just go over here and wait till I find somebody else interesting or attractive or whatever. I don't know how the shit works on social media. I looked through all your posts and saw you like golden retrievers, and I like golden retrievers too. But I thought you were allergic to dogs. Well, that's okay. I still like golden retrievers. Like what the fuck? Oh yeah, when somebody's dad would answer when you'd call, and you'd be like, "Hi, sir. May I speak with so and so?" "Thank you, sir." I had to be polite as shit because that would be strike number one. Like, oh, that guy's a scumbag. Go over that with a little bit of this. Oh, I can imagine that must have been awkward. So I added that little bit of red blush there. That out a little bit more. Tell me if that looks better or worse. What do you guys think? You like the little bit of blush in the cheeks? You guys see it? Yeah, I like it better. I like it better too. I think she looks a little bit cute. It gives her a little bit of cuteness to the face. I grew a backbone for hitting on women at about 15. Well, actually, 14, 15. Let's see. Yeah, I think she's coming together. It's crazy because knowing that that hand is coming up with that in it, I am not liking the way this is fitting though. That is an ill-fitting piece. That arm. You can see how far out it is. I may have to saw that down or something. Probably glue these things in. Wait till she's completely done. Thank you, Sheree. You know, I trust and believe you, but sometimes it's hard because I think whatever I do, you're just like, that looks great, Gam. Like, you're always like complimentary. You're too nice of a person, Sheree. That's what I'm trying to say here. The garters, I need to black them up. The shoes I got to black up. Knock them out. I can actually do the stream where I'm not super late tonight, I think. Tell you what, it always cracks me up. By the way, I haven't done this yet tonight. Make sure I get this in. Shout out to Alien Spaceship Sound Effect and Blog. He's always got an interesting channel. He's always learning something new. Check him out if you can. But I always get a kick out of Alien because Alien's like, yeah, every time I look at GAM shit, it's like Santa's secret shop watching elves make toys. Be worried when you're silent. Ooh. That's a terrifying thing considering you're chatting, not talking. So, technically you're always silent. But I know what you mean. You're always polite. That's one of those things. If I'm painting something and I think it looks like shit, and I ask you guys if it looks like shit, and it does look like shit, and you know it looks like shit, let me know it looks like shit. Because the worst thing in the world is like, oh no, everything you're doing is fine. Looks great. And then you're just like, yeah, it looks like shit. Like maybe one time I'm gonna paint something completely to look like shit, like the Yeti, and then see what you guys think of it, and be like, I think this looks great, and see what you guys say. Now that I've said this, I think I say this every stream. I always say thank you or what have you to everybody watching, but like legitimately, we're not at end of stream or anything, but thank you. Thank you guys. Because I get to sit with you every week, 99% of the time before I even fire this thing up or start thinking about it or anything else. I'm just like, what am I even going to talk about tonight? Like right now, right? Like the first 10 minutes, it's like I know exactly what the hell I'm talking about. But because I'm winging it, and I'm always winging it, I don't know what I'm going to talk about. And then I start bullshitting with you guys, and you guys give me plenty to talk about. If it's just to joke around and have fun. But thank you, because not only are you guys like encouraging me to do shit, but you're also like awesome people. Keep me on my toes. Definitely. Oh, that one came out rough. Well, technically, it is a dismembered chick at this point. At first, I looked over and saw that, and I thought it said dismembered dick. And I'm like, oh, God. And I'm like looking like, ooh, that's what a dick looks like. Man, you've been dating the wrong people. Nope, that is the wrong brush. Yeah, back at you, Sheree. Like I said, you've been A1 since day one. Before you were even a moderator for the other channel. How long you been around ABL? Long enough to remember when Anthony McQuaid was a mod, and to remember when Sheree wasn't. I do think it's funny though. Who knew you'd be like one of the most sought after and best moderators on these interwebs? I was looking at that too. Just do the leg like it's the Christmas Story. The lamp from A Christmas Story. You know what's nuts? Down here, they sell Red Ryder BB guns. Like they advertise them as as seen in A Christmas Story. Shit, I gotta walk the dog real quick, which is fine because that paint's drying. I'll be right back, guys. Alrighty then. The cats are the boss, huh? They kind of do whatever the fuck they want, huh? Well, we've got all them damn outside cats, right? Like the feral cat colony. And because they've been around my dog since he's a puppy, every morning when I go out there and feed him or what have you, like I'll put food out for him. It's like the dog goes out and it's like, before we go out, I'm like, "What is it, buddy? You want to go see your friends?" And he's just like, "Let's go see my friends." And he'll walk up to like every cat and like greet them. It's weird as shit. Clean up the yellow on that hair. Yeah, my pupper's a sweet pupper. Like I said, I really wish one day, or I hope one day, I get to meet the person, which I think they went to jail, but the person that was going to use my puppy as a bait dog. I hope I cross paths with that person one day because I'm gonna. Well, I'll do things that I'll not state on the internet so that I can't be prosecuted later. I'll leave it at that because this dog is such a sweet doggy. I don't know why you want to make a dog vicious ever. I guess if you're in the wilderness and you're fighting bears or something for a living, then that might be one thing. Or you're hunting and you hunt wolves, or like I gotta eliminate this or whatever. If you're a wilderness man, but just a domesticated animal, why would you abuse it like that? Um, it always blows my damn mind whenever I think about that this dog could have had a very different life, and somebody could have turned him either into a pile of meat or even worse, into an evil dog. And he's such a sweet puppy. Sweet puppy. Tighten up all the damn blonde. I almost feel like I should sand this down a little bit or something so it sits better. That's in there pretty damn good. Let's see. Still got to repaint her underwear too. How the hell? Let's see. Her is what we're looking at right now, as far as her being done. Good God. Get over the top like that. Kill the lights so the blondes go away, or the brights. Yeah, that's what we thought. That's what we thought ours was actually a lab boxer mix, and it turned out to be a lab pit. I don't know. What do you guys think? How's she looking? She looking cute, but psychotic at the same time, like most women. Okay, I am seeing some issue. It's got to be addressed. Oh, it's my. There it is. Cool bisque. That's what color I'm using for the skin, by the way. Cutest psycho out here. Got a few dark spots still in these legs, right up under the hem of the skirt, which is always a pain in the ass because now I gotta touch up the edge of the skirt with blue. And actually, there are patches in the skirt I'm gonna have to hit darker blue. Hit them undies again. So the whole thing with a pit bull, right? They do have something that they can go from 0 to 60 in about 6 seconds. I always keep in the back of the head with my dog that no matter how sweet and nice he is, he's like a loaded gun. That gun can go off at any time. I would not trust, as sweet and as kind and as friendly as my dog is, I would not trust him around a baby by himself, for example. I would also not trust him in a room with somebody else's dog, especially like a little yappy dog. I wouldn't. Like, I don't want him. The only time I see him get defensive, excited, or vicious at all is when there's another dog around. But I could also see him, like the way babies make that high pitched noise. I could see him mistaking a small child or baby for a squeaky toy, like one of his toys, and just grab it and think he's playing and shred it. And I always keep that in the back of my mind because I don't want him biting somebody or killing an animal or anything like this, getting a taste for blood, for one. Not just the injury to somebody, but then having to put him down would break my heart. And if he bit somebody like that, I would have to put him down. Like, so I always keep in the back of my head, he is a sweet, kind, loving dog to me, but I'm not everybody. Because I don't want to part with my dog for many, 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 many. It'd be like, if I could keep him with me till the day I died, then I would. I was like that with my old dog, too. Um, it just, they can turn savage in an instant, and it's a shame. It's something in their breed. They just have it within them to go nuts for some reason. I do love my pup. He's my buddy. That's uh, that's always a fun story. Me and the one guy, we're known as the Bash Brothers, but the video game we were playing at the time, this game Atlas, it's one of those games where it's a pirate game and you couldn't trust anybody. Basically, you had to build trust over time or what have you. But the way we first started out building our trust was he noticed constantly that I had to take my old dog out. He was older, whatever, had to go potty a lot. So I'd always be running him out, and I would always treat him like he was part of my family. And he would always, like his dogs, like he treated them like they were part of his family. And the dogs are actually what started building our trust because both of us realized you can't be, if you're cruel to an animal or mean to it or anything like this, I don't want anything to do with you. You know what I mean? Like, I can't trust you off the rip. Yeah, see, when he was a puppy, my wife started taking him to the dog park or what have you. Um, kind of the same idea was, hey, if we socialize him or what have you, and then just life happened and she couldn't get him to the dog park for a couple weeks. And he wasn't really around other dogs. He was still a pup. Like he was still like a baby. And he still is a baby. I mean, he's only two. But what I started to notice is my neighbors, they actually train cadaver dogs. So they have all these different dogs over there. And I started to notice that when she would bring her cadaver dogs out to train, the dogs are well behaved. They just bark or whatever. He started, that's, you could tell, like he started to get like aggressive, like he was trying to drag me to them to go at them. And I was like, ooh. Like he just, his aggression started to develop in him for other animals. And like I said, cats, he'll walk up to every cat like kittens and stuff and like love on them. And they'll love on him. And they'll be in his face, everything. It doesn't bother him. Another dog, though, I don't know. It's like a territorial pissing. They just they get aggressive. Like he gets aggressive for whatever reason, and maybe it's because of me. Like he thinks he's protecting me from other dogs, but I don't know. I'm not willing to risk it. And a lot of it definitely stems from when he was a pup and how he was treated. He still has like a scar on his chest where he was cut on purpose. Yeah, I just did that by accident. Shit. I accidentally bumped down like a split second. And now black right on there. Yeah, he's fixed. Yeah, that was the first thing we did was get him fixed. Matter of fact, I don't even think they would have let us keep him if we didn't fix him. Doesn't matter though. Like I said, I think if he wasn't fixed, he'd be actually kind of a little vicious. Oh, all right, I gotta figure out this off black. Oh, that's a purple. I'll just throw that shit anywhere. Yeah, I think that is the right color of just off black for these socks. I definitely had to pick that up. If that shit spilled everywhere, that would have been bad. I'm in the process, like I said, of rearranging things in here. Not fun. Yeah, shit kind of everywhere. I'm going to have to clean up that whole damn skirt, too. I think if I do this, the next one will be cleanup next time, and then I can hit cleanup on the paint job, do the base, and call her done. You go smooth on me, you sucker. A little bit of water. I don't want to lose the texture in her leggings. Actually, that's just a smooth spot on the damn model. Just kind of fucked me up. Like, why is there, like, it's picking up the texture everywhere else, but it's not right there on this one spot on the leg? I'm like, why? Oh, so that's actually a fail on the model. Or the fail on the stockings. Yeah, I mean, it's funny because he's honestly supposed to be my wife's dog. she picked him out. She brought him home, the whole 9 yards. Um, I had nothing to do with it and everything. And then I'll never forget, we had like a little dog pen that was next to the bed, like almost like a baby thing. And was whimpering. The first night he whimpered, tried to jump out of it, and then didn't, right? Like couldn't figure out how to get out of the caging or what have you. And then next thing you know, the next night, I'm laying there and he's whimpering. I'm like, all right, come on, Popper, chill out or whatever. And I rolled over. Next thing I know, I hear tunk, and like the dog jumped over the gate, figured out how to get out, jumped up in bed, and put his head like I had my arm out. So I had my head on the pillow, I had my arm out, and he jumped up and put his head on my arm and just went to sleep. I was like, you got to be fucking kidding me. First thing my wife says to me is, you better hope he doesn't get bigger, because he does that shit when he's big. It's going to be a headache. And yeah, now he's big, and guess what he still does every now and again. But yeah, he's slept with me ever since, like every night. Every night that pup sleeps with me. To a point now where I just, when I say BED, I actually say the word. He's in the room, so if I say it now, he'll start going for it. He knows what that word is. Knows how to lay down. Knows how to be a good boy. Whole 9 yards. But yeah, he's been my buddy ever since. Yeah. I'm not gonna lie. That's one of those things I think in my older age, as I get old, the two things that I just can't tolerate from just random strangers or people in general is people that are assholes to animals and people that are assholes to little kids. And I think that right there brings us almost full circle to what those assholes did with that kid, that poor kid who all he wanted to be was a cop forever, and had his had brain cancer and all that. And for one moment, he got to have his dream handed to him, and he had a whole group of adults who just couldn't put aside shit and had to be assholes about it. Yeah, I've grown out of patience for bullshit too. But I guess the good thing is I can come on here and call it out when I see it. Um, I can say, hey, I saw this, and kind of share it with you guys. Whenever I see that kind of bullshit. And fortunately, you guys pretty much see that bullshit too. May have a different take on it, or what have you, but I think for the most part, you guys agree. And if not, you'll add to it sometimes. There's sometimes where you guys will say something, I'll be like, oh shit, I didn't even look at it from that angle, and then think about it and be like, that's brilliant. It's not even about having no hearts. It's just, it shows me that in 2024, the entire country shifted red. I don't want to see the country shift to red. I want to see the country shift to purple, where people have different ideas, they present them to one another, they respect them, and they debate them, and We come to a consensus on things eventually. We improve things that are broken. Um, we get rid of things that don't work as a country. It can't just be one side always in power, always strong. That's no good either. The problem is when you're dealing with people that can't even acknowledge a small child. Well, I don't want to say small child, but a kid that wasn't even supposed to be still on this planet get to see beyond a dream, because his dream was just to become a cop. But you're talking about like one of the highest prestigious, most prestigious things, like law enforcement agencies in our country. And he gets to see that dream realized. And you can't even fucking put a set of hands together and say, wow. Like, I had a tear in my eye. And I'm a pretty fucking, like, cold bastard most of the time. That shit had me like, God damn, dude, that's awesome. Because, like, when Trump's first telling him we're going to make you an honorary member of the Secret Service, his eyes, like, lit up and got huge. And then the way he hugged the Secret Service dude, and the Secret Service dude even looked at his dad like, yo, is this okay that, your son's hugging me or whatever? And the dad's like, yeah, you got him. It's cool. Like, they're just, to me, it's just a level of pettiness and weakness is what it showed. You're so weak that you can't even admit you were wrong. You know, um, I it's fine if that was a group of 16-year-olds, 13-year-olds sitting there and sitting on their hands for it because they don't understand shit like that. They're grown ass people. Like, you're telling me your grown ass couldn't, you can't understand or reason this out, then why the fuck do you have control over anything? And the answer is you don't. It's why you're a dying breed and we're getting rid of you and getting other people in there. Like, I think what's interesting to me is John Fetterman going to fuck off on him. He went off on him too. That was unreal. But fucking, I got to ask a question, and I was thinking about this. What is, if you ask your husband a question, ladies, and gentlemen, if your wife or girlfriend asked you a question, what is the worst answer you could give them? What is the answer that you could give them that would irk them the most? They ask you specifically why you did something. What answer pisses off your significant other, or, your significant other would piss you off the most if they gave it to you? Calm down. And yeah, you're not wrong. That kid is more mature than they are. Calm down, Sheree. That's the one. Because I'm going to tell you guys what answer sets my wife off harder than anything else. That will get me just reamed out, killed, and embarrassed in front of an entire Walmart. And I've learned this, so I don't even say it like hardly ever. Forever. Quit acting like your mother. Oh shit. Wow. Sheree's got it in one. I don't know. I cannot, because the whole thing is like, all right, not that this case scenario has ever happened, right? But let's say, like, I cheated on my wife. And my wife asked me why I did it. Granted, it's already done deal if I ever did some shit like that, right? Like, yeah, I'm pretty much game over for GAM. But if she asked me why I did it and I said, I don't know, heat of the moment, or, well, heat of the moment, like I just was passionate or whatever. If I looked at her and she said, why did you do it? Moment of pleasure, whatever I say. If I said, I don't know why I did it, she would fucking kill me where I stood. It would be the most disrespectful answer to her because she's, in my wife's logic, you always know why you do things. So if you were to ask those Democrats, why didn't you stand for that kid? Would they give you an answer or would they say, I don't know? Because you made me do it. Oh, damn. Stranded, you did say ex husband, right? Because, like, that's one of those answers that's something that somebody you make an ex says. Yep. Yeah, see? There you go. There you go. And that's probably part of it right there because you made me do it. Like, what? Nobody can make you do shit. What? You do stuff by choice. No, did I put a gun to your head? You made me do it. Yeah, this ain't too bad. I just need to do a little mild touch up on these shoes, I think. Otherwise, the leggings are almost done. Yeah, I definitely got to touch up that shoe. I fucked up a little bit. Touch up the skin around the knees. Oh yeah, dude. That's that's some kill off into relationship words. You made me do it. All right. Let's see. Former husband, rest his soul. Yeah, Sheree's definitely not one to fuck with. I mean, I do have one that I kind of want to touch on and kind of don't at the same time. It's like legitimately, I was disappointed. I'm not gonna lie at all. I was really fucking disappointed because somebody close to me. I was having a conversation with them. They were kind of complaining about the administration. I might as well just touch on it. Fuck it. But they were complaining about Trump, and they don't like Trump, right? They've never liked Trump. They supported Joe Biden, like the whole 9 yards, and that's cool. To who each their own or what have you. But what got me was the person said to me, "Yeah, his slogan's stupid." So what do you mean? And they were like, "America was never great." I said, "What do you mean?" I said, "Well, bigotry, racism, all this other shit." America was never great. So I don't know why he keeps saying America, make America great again. What a bunch of bullshit. I was like, because, America wasn't, you can say America wasn't great, but we've grown, we've evolved over time. Just because shit was one way back in the day, it's not like it's still that way now. And it changed for the better. And I'd like to think that as people, we've evolved, you know, as an American people altogether, we have evolved. Yeah, well, and that's just it. Like when I heard that argument, I was like I don't know. Like, what America did you grow up in? Because you're white. Like, for one, you're a white guy, and you're going to talk about bigotry and racism and all this kind of shit. And how we treat people of color or what have you, and bigotry and all that. Okay, great. I don't do any of that. I treat everybody even handed. So to me, maybe I can't understand your point because I've moved past it. But my question is, how come you have not moved past it? How come you have not evolved? Where none of those things mattered. Why does that still all like even resonate that your mind would go to that when the reality is that's not how I see the world at all. I'm colorblind. I don't give a shit what your color is, what your religion. You guys, anybody who's been listening to me for any stretch of time knows that I don't give a shit about your religion, about your color of skin, or any of that stuff, even your gender. Like, none of that matters. Doesn't matter to me if you're banging, like, the same sex or whatever. I don't care. Don't hurt kids, don't hurt animals. You guys have heard me say that. And don't be a complete asshole. I was seriously disappointed. Well, I mean, and I've addressed it before. I think I've addressed it on stream. There are still racists. There still are fucking people that, you know what I mean, look at a person's skin color and put them in a certain category or think about them in a certain type of way or judge them before ever really having a conversation with them and knowing who exactly they are or anything about them. That happens, you know. I I don't know. I don't hang out and I don't fuck with people like that or that think that way because I can't think that way and I don't find it acceptable to think that way. That everybody deserves a shot and everybody deserves to have that conversation, decide if they're an asshole or not on your own, you know? And I just, like I said, okay, so then I guess I evolved. How come you haven't? And why am I so disappointed that you haven't? Like, it just, like, I mean, I hate to say this too. Sometimes ABL is even guilty of that shit. If you look at some of the stuff he covers, covers more stuff that he likes to refer to as community stuff, right? And it's like, bro, cover everything evenly. I get like maybe I don't know, maybe he's seeing a metric I'm not where his viewing base is different, but I swear to God, it's like I swear a good chunk of ABL's viewing base is old white women. Like I don't know if they find them hot or what, but like have you guys ever noticed that? Because that seems to be a lot of the calls are like old white women. Like Sheree would be the one to really like, that and some really interesting redneck dudes. Yeah, see, so maybe that's why he does. Like, if he knows what his audience is, see, if I were to figure out what my audience is, I'm not gonna lie, my audience is a lot of females, a lot, couple guys, but for the most part, the bulk of my audience is usually female, and maybe that's because I'm painting and like that's more of a I don't even know. Can't even like assign it to gender, like or sex or anything like that. But it seems like most of my viewers are usually female. Um, yes and no. Stranded. It would be okay. So if somebody's grandpappy was like I don't know a neo-Nazi. Well, hold on, nah, not a neo-Nazi. Okay, somebody's great great grandfather was a slave owner. We'll say, right? Back in the old days, shit was legal, all that kind of stuff. Does that make his great great grandson guilty when he's never owned a slave in anything else? Only if he continued the line of racism that goes with it. If he like was like, yeah, my grandfather was a disgusting man that, and evolved beyond his great grandfather or even his grandfather or his father or whatever, like if the generations got better and better as it went, that's one thing. If he's like, nope, and he's espousing the same thing as his great 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 grandfather did, then yes, I would hold him in the same guilt. You know what I mean? And that's just it. My late night smooth jazz DJ voice. I think my voice is horrible. I always have. I feel like I mumble a lot, but I do appreciate the compliment just the same. Um, but yeah, Sheree just said it best. Don't judge me for my father's sins. I'm not my father. I'm me. I don't what's 80 years ago? Is that the 60? What are we in 2024? So 2000. So 1940s. Black people were not doing great in America. I can tell you that. They were definitely treated lesser than. They were that was before civil rights. After civil rights things got better. Started to. Not completely and not fast, but they did. And as time went, it got better and better. Like they were doing better than, other countries, yes, but as far as like just normal, but then again, neither were women. Like, to be honest with you, in the 1940s, like, I want to go get a job. you ain't getting a job. Like, not unless you're going to be doing something either seedy or secretary work or something that was always underclass, not higher level. You know what I mean? Just because male domination and still that fucked up mindset of people that are a different color or a different sex than me aren't equal to me for the most part. You know what I mean? That's true. But you also got to look at, okay, a car, a brand new car. I've heard people that have bought back like older people have told me. I bought a Stingray, a 69 Stingray in 1971 for like 4 grand. Like what? $4,000 for a fucking 69 for a Stingray, like a 2 year old Stingray at that time. And it was like 4 grand. And I'm like, holy fuck. But then I look at how much the average person made and everything. I'm like, okay, it like makes a little more sense. The thing is, properties were not as expensive back then, and our debt to income ratio wasn't bad. Shit seems to really have gone off the rails the moment that credit cards were really introduced into the world. I'm not going to lie a little bit. Like, think about it and really break that shit down. The ability to borrow large and spend large quantities of money that you didn't owe with a plastic card that just says basically I owe you on it and then has a percentage rate. I mean, if we're talking in gangster terms or, underworld terms, you're talking about I'm paying on the VIG, which is the interest owed on the money you borrowed, or I'm going to break your legs, right? If you're in the underworld or the gangster kind of world, you're paying on the VIG, right? In the corporate executive world, quote unquote, you're paying an annual percentage rate or interest rate. Well, they seize your assets if you don't, keep up with, say, like a mortgage. Yeah, see, that's awesome that she never had that experience. I had people call Bagum D the N word in front of me before. Like, not gonna lie, I've seen it. I've seen shit like that happen firsthand, and none too pleased about it either. So it's that shit's still prevalent. But it's not as bad as they make it out to be in the media either. It's not like every goddamn white person's walking around screaming the N word every time they see somebody, or especially any Trump supporters, or you know, like it's just one asshole every like 20,000, 30,000, 30 million people, whatever. It's not as bad as they say it is really what it is. Yeah, but see, that's the whole thing, though, Sheree. Most white people won't say that shit directly to a black person. They won't. Even if they want to say it and all that kind of stuff, they're not going to because they know what the repercussion is. They know that they're going to get the shit beat out of them more than likely because the kind of asshole that espouses that kind of nonsense, like just casually, and that's just it. Um, I told you my one of my best friends, one of my brothers. I love him. I love the man. I will till the day I die. He took a lot of risks on me and trusted me and believed in me. And he's Puerto Rican. We used to always just joke and call him a wetback or whatever. But it was a joke. and it was between friends. He'd call me a stupid Polak. I never took offense to it because it's friends. But there's that other part where people say things casually and they just give themselves away. And it's those people that can be casual that honestly have become clever too and won't say it if there's a black person 2 miles in earshot, right? But the moment they're alone with their friends in a room, that shit will fly around, and you're just like, yeah, you're racist as fuck, my dude. And like I said, I don't hang out like with people like that, but I've been to enough parties, in my actually in my early 30s, where I definitely was like, oh yeah, that dude's a fucking hardcore racist. Fuck that scumbag. And yeah, I mean, you're right. You're right about the never gaining freedom without whites, right? Just like women never would have gained freedom without men. You can pretty much say that shit, but same point in time, why the hell did you have to gain freedom? Why couldn't it have just been even the whole time? But it wasn't. The only thing is, as a country and as an American people, I'd like to think that we've evolved where that shit really shouldn't matter all that much. What should matter is the type of person you are. Are you a good person? Are you an evil person? To me, it's always about good and evil, or, are you kind of like a gray person where you're right in the middle of those two things? Because to me, I'm a gray person. I'm not a force for good and I'm not a force for evil, but I have done both sides of that coin. So what am I? If you judge me by from my early years, I'd be a pretty bad person. If you judge me as I grew and learned and evolved, then I'm a pretty good person. So I fall in that gray scale. Well, was the guy joking about your family being Nazis, or because it's not like the Nazis were always every German was a fucking Nazi. Was he joking, or did he just like, oh, were they Nazis? Like, was he being serious? Like, just are you a dipshit because you don't understand the difference between the German people and the Nazi brown shirt party? Like, yeah, see, that's what I'm saying right there. Yeah, that's 100% correct too. Like, not all the German people were Nazis. Some of them were completely opposed, and they were terrified and couldn't do shit about it either in certain cases. Yeah, see, you can't go thinking that. Like, that proves to you that dude's basically like same thing. He falls in that category of he's just an asshole and an ignorant one at that. It's that's as bad as every Irishman is a drunk, or every Polak is stupid, or every Asian person can't drive a car right. Oh well, wait, that stereotype's kind of close, actually. Yeah, well, the problem with the term Nazi, it's been bandied about like remember earlier Devin said like define it, define what you mean by Nazi, because the word has been bandied around so much to just describe nonsense that, yeah, it's lost its meaning. It's lost the reality of what that word is. It's like, no, the guys in the Azog battalion are actual fucking neo Nazis. Like, worship the Third Reich Nazis. I'm not even painting on camera right now. Trying to clean up this woman's underwear line. I don't know. What do you guys think? Hold on, let me turn out the light so you can actually see. Should I have expanded her underwear out more to show less cheek, or do you think that works? Oh, I do. Yeah, well, yeah. Hey, like it goes back to matter of taste. Want it to be a tasteful underwear line. I don't know. It sounds fucked up no matter how I put it. Which I gotta go back in there and mess with it again anyway. So much fun. I can't even see the blue because of the darkness in there. Yeah, it's such a heavy dark blue. Jesus fucking Christ. What part of the country do you live in, Stranded? Who the fuck is saying shit like that to you? That's something to get somebody punched in the mouth where I'm at. Like, you better watch your fucking mouth. God damn. Like, I can't even begin with the ignorance of that statement. Like, that's some shit to say to somebody. Might as well have told you you had a case of the Mondays. The fuck? Yes. Yes, it would. It does. You are 100% correct. It does. And those examples that you've cited, it absolutely does. I want you to, like, here's the thing. You know, you, one, I mean, not unless it's your fucking boss and you're going to get fired for saying it, but, you know, you can always come back with, no, that's not the case. I don't know where you were educated or how you were educated, but let me explain to you. The German people were not all Nazis. If you understood history at all, you would understand this, you dumb fuck, right? And, you can just kind of go in on them. I would. Same way that, you know, and maybe this is a blessing. I don't think anybody's ever called me a racist. As white as I am, I don't think anybody has ever called me a racist. There was one friend that was a friend of Bagum D's one time that inferred it, and D shut him down and was like, you don't even think about talking about GAM like that, for one. For two, because he's not. For two, and it was the truth. I got this guy a job. When he had no job and nobody would hire him, I called a friend that was a store manager and said, "Hey, this guy needs a job. Can you help him out?" And he's like, "What that man did for you, he didn't do it because of the color of your skin. He did it because he saw a person on hard times. So you shut the fuck up, and you ever say something like that about him again, you and I are going to have a problem." Like, if you even imply that GAM is racist, you and I are going to have a problem. And that's one of those things. D, like I said, I love that man. He's he's my brother. Um, and not like, I called into ABL to let him know that he's my brother. Like, I've known Bagum D for a long time and chewed a lot of dirt with him. And it's just one of them fucking things. Same way with Sheree. Like, I always tell Sheree, like, I love Sheree. Sheree's greatest mod on any of these internets. Everybody should shout her out every fucking show we see her on. Everybody should always let her know that she is one of the greatest mods on these internets. Um, because she actually is, because she puts in the time. She pays attention to the chat. She does all the sub, like the shows at this time every day this week, it does all that shit. All the other mods don't do fucking fuck all. And, it's just one of those things, like, as time goes, it's the same way last show. I'm not going to lie a little bit. Devin wasn't here for the last show. As soon as I was done, as soon as I had gotten off the microphone and shut everything down and all that, the first thing I did was fire up Discord, message Devin, "Are you okay?" Because I had a way of communicating to her, and I wanted to make sure her and her husband are all right. Because it's not like her to miss a show. And she said, "Yeah, I'm fine. I'm just working, extra this week or what have you." And that's cool. And it wasn't even about you weren't at my show. It was, like, you weren't here to listen. It was, I want to make sure that my friend is okay. Yeah, I can definitely see that. That is one of those things that like, is almost, it's heartbreaking to me when somebody, calls you a racist or something like that, Sheree. Like, when somebody else who is black calls you a racist because you believe different than them. It's like, what? I'm not allowed to have my own fucking opinions? Like, who the fuck are you to tell me what I can think or what I can't think? You're allowed to have whatever opinion you like. You're entitled. You're American. We have that thing. It's called a constitution. It allows us to speak our fucking minds. There's a reason for that. There's a whole war fought over that. That and them overtaxing us. Who's so sweet and genuine? I wasn't trying to be sweet or genuine. I was just, stating the facts. But that's me also probably being a little ignorant. But I just, I don't fucking know. It's the same thing, if Mister wasn't working all the damn time, that I don't have to check in with Mister when he misses a show or whatever, because I just assume he's traveling. But if I don't see him for like two shows or see him on my show or end ABLs, then I'll reach out to him. But usually I see him on one or the other, because he's become a friend. I can't believe I'm fucking doing this part either, guys. I don't know if you guys remember me telling you that there was a heart on the underwear. There's the heart that's on the underwear. I just painted it. Yeah, it's the whole thing is I don't know if it's enslaved or if you've learned something one way your entire life, it's got to take a lot for you to realize you're wrong. Because, I mean, look, if we're being realistic about things, I'm, I've told you guys this. I'm not Republican and I'm not Democrat. I think Trump's doing a lot of good things. You guys hear me criticize him whenever he's doing something that I don't agree with, or I think he's doing something fucked up. I'll call him out. Joe Biden, same thing. The whole thing is that Trump's just doing a lot more right than he is wrong. I mean, I'm not going to lie. One of the things I don't like about Trump is the tariff thing because, in a way, you're kind of playing Russian roulette. No pun intended, but you're playing with fire because that shit can backfire on you in a severe way if you get the right one who really wants to test out the theory of tariffs. Could be a great thing and an amazing thing. It hasn't been tried, so to me it's an experiment, but it's also it can backfire. It's one of those things that I always whenever he's talking about tariffs and how great they are and all this kind of stuff, I get where he's going. I get the idea behind it, and I hope it works out, but there's also that chance. And if it backfires, it could be really, really, really bad. Now, he may be able to reverse course, but I don't know how much damage is going to get done before that would happen. He didn't put a hold on it. Well, it's April 2nd that I know shit kicks in. I'm not so worried about like, honestly, I think he in Mexico, I think that shit's going to be resolved and everything's going to be fine with Mexico. Believe it or not. I think Mexico, everything's going to get straightened out. And I think Canada is going to be the one that's going to stick the hardest. That it's going to be like, oh shit, no deal was reached and everything else. Because what I really think is happening is, as much as Justin Trudeau says he's standing down in all this, I think he's using it to put himself back in. Like, look, I can stand up against Donald Trump. And I think that's going to be a severe case of fuck around, find out. I'm not going to lie. I think that one's going to bite Justin Trudeau in his ass. I got to stop saying in his ass too, or in. It's all about butt stuff. At least that's how it sounds like it's coming across. All right, underwear is looking good. clean up a little bit more skin on the leg, or on the, well, yeah, on the leg and on the inner thigh. The looks of it. Shit, what did Forever say? Yeah, well, you're not wrong, Forever. You are not wrong. What can I say? Gotta make it look good, right? It's not my fault that Japanese people, for some reason, have this like fetish with the schoolgirl outfit and everything. I never understood it. I mean, like I know back in the day we had Britney Spears or whatever with the schoolgirl outfit, but even then I kind of thought that was a little off-putting. I'm not gonna lie. Especially when you had grown men that were like, "Oh, look at her, she's so cute, or she's so hot." Like, what are we saying here? That's the other thing. Can somebody explain to me why people think that Taylor Swift's like super attractive? Is like I don't find that bitch attractive at all. Like I don't know. She just doesn't land with me. I think I might glue some pieces on. I just different people. I mean, somebody's got to think she's attractive considering of all the guys that she's dated and had public breakups with. Forever. If I'd never heard her opinion, I would. I would think she's attractive. Stardom. All right, let's see. Any defects here? No, we're pretty clean. I think I am going to glue the hair onto the face. Oh, look, she bald again. God, God done come up and snatched that woman bald head. What the hell? And give me 1 second. I gotta grab my Gorilla Glue. Oh. What in the fuck? Nothing crazy, pop. I just had to get close. Calm down. Not that time yet. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like I said, as I get older, it's more the attractive thing to me is more personality based than it is physical. More mental, I think. I mean, when I was younger, that's a whole different matter. But as time's gone, you learn what's important. Right. Yeah, I can hit that little spot. Peanut butter legs? What the fuck are peanut butter legs? What the fuck? Wait, is this some kind of new term I've not heard? Oh my god, that is fucking epic, Stranded. I'm putting that one in my brain bank and breaking it out at the appropriate time. Yeah, but there's plenty of people that are like that. So why her? You know? Oh, I can lose this part too. Off this screenshot. Okay, now this part is going to be fun. Thinking this goes like this. Or is this one on the other side? Like this. That one goes there. Cool. That would mean this one goes over here. Okay. Oh, you sucker. Come on, I can get that cap on before my shit starts to dry out. I mean, alright, one head assembled. Let me just double check this real quick. Make sure this dark enough. Got a few spots on this I can probably fill in the back. In fact, I'm going to use the line pen with it, or the line brush. Make sure we're looking tight. I'm going to have to ask David Mon what color he wants the base. Oh, I just did that, didn't I? God damn it. Son of a bitch. A little too heavy with the handed with the blue. I gotta fix that. Shit. That's beauty fades and plastic crumbles, my friend. It's all about, like I said, personality. How are they? How do they treat you? Do you actually give a fuck about them? Do they actually give a fuck about you? That's the most important thing. You can have the most beautiful woman in the world. If she doesn't give a shit about you, doesn't matter. You have the sexiest guy in the world. He cheats on you every chance he gets, then what the fuck does he matter? Okay, so you got something beautiful, but do you really? You know, you got to look at somebody for who they are. Met some beautiful, ugly people. Okay, sugar, we gonna get that head on there. Got to hold her together. Let's see, what are you guys thinking? She look good or what? No, the belt's green. Oh, because I turned out the light, you can't see the green. Yeah. Hold on. I was going more for the face look and all that, and the hair with the hair on there and everything, but yeah, the belt's the right color. It's green. No, sir. I believe it's green. Oh, forever. Good call. Oh shit, forever nailed that. That's a good call, dude. I had to look at the top tablet because on the monitor, it's further away. It looks green. You're right. It's blue. That's a good thing I didn't put her side belts on, huh? Good fucking call, dude. See? That's one of those things. It's like, no, it's green, isn't it? And you're like, no, it's blue. And I had to like really look at it and like, oh yeah, it is. I can fix that, but Jesus Christ, that would have been a pain in the ass if I had glued those other pieces on before sealing. Good eye, forever. Good eye. Yeah, see, like, so did I, up until I really looked at the picture. Like, really, really, like, look at the picture on the stream. He's right. It's blue. I mean, not a big deal. I can fix that real quick. Well, kind of real quick. But yeah, that you saw that. That was a good fucking catch, dude. Because like I said, I'm looking at it on a monitor, and I'm like, yeah, it looks green. But when you actually look at it, it's because the little side pieces, these little side things, they're green, and it makes the blue look come across as green. I would have been pissed. I would have been like, God damn it. Yeah, see, Sheree? Like, I completely read green on that. I was like, oh, it's green. Until I realized, like, oh shit, no, he's right. The green side patches are making the blue pull green in the image, but her belt's blue. And that was like one of those small ass details. It'd be a big detail if I fucked it up and it stayed green. But anybody who's like super into the character would have been like, "Oh yeah, like what did you do? Why is her belt green? It should be blue." Yeah. And the terrible part with me is I was able to see the heart on the underwear, but not the blue belt, right? Now it's like trying to hit every little tiny part of this green. All right, I think that's better. Are the leg belts blue or are they black? I think you're right. I think the leg belts are blue too. Let me do this. Where the hell's where's my mouse? Um, so there you go. Just to settle this, he is correct. Right here, this belt, it's blue. And right here on the leg belt, they're blue as well. Oh, wait, shit. Hold on. Let me try that again. Right here, the belt, he's 100% correct, is blue. Right here, the leg belt is blue as well. Also, her shoes in this picture, which this is the one I'm really using as the reference, are brown. So I'm going to have to paint up. What time is it? 12:38. I might actually. So it looks like it is going to another part. But there is one other thing I just noticed, and that's right around her neck scarf. Goes to, it looks like a white. Oh no, that might just be shine through. But yeah, I'm gonna hold off on finishing out the legs till next time. I think I'll glue together some of the stuff now, but I'm gonna have to adapt it. But dude, that was an amazing save you just did forever. I am happy as fuck you watched this show because I'd have put this shit together and been like, God damn it, how am I gonna now I gotta paint around things. Everything's all fucked up. But yeah, those shoes have to get changed over to brown. Because in the bottom picture they look black. If you look in the top picture, that's really all your colors. So yeah, that was almost a bad one. All right, I can at least glue these guys in the place. I think I get them placed right again. Okay, yeah, that one goes there. I'm actually surprised because Forever caught that and Beans didn't. And Bean is usually the one that's like, yeah, your colors are off on this, or that doesn't match right. Very, very cool. So I just realized like I'm doing a Seinfeld painting show because it's really a show about nothing. Those guys are attached on our little utility belt. Let's check the underwear's right. Booty's okay. I can glue that part. It's coming together. Again, the legs are going to have to get redone. Right. This is where we're at right now. And then, like I said, I would have loved to have done this and put the damn legs on. Oh, I think I got them backwards. Wait, do I not have them backwards? What the fuck did I do wrong here? That leg doesn't line up. There it goes. God damn it. I got to do the shoes brown, do the belt blue. Actually, I can hit the belts real quick. I'm going to have to figure out what shade of brown for the shoes. Come on, give me a decent, I need like an in-between brush. I want anything real fine point. I want anything big and sloppy. Give me one that's like right up the middle. This one might work. Wow, everybody got quiet in the chat again. Thank God for forever, though. I'll tell you that much. That was a good fucking call out, bro. Good goddamn call out. Blue. And of course, I knew I was going to do that, so that's always fun. All you got to do is bump the leg a little bit, and next thing you know. Although, just a quick touch up on that, and I should be good. So, do you guys think, now that, Thursday's stream's done, tomorrow we will all of a sudden have like a peace deal and all this kind of shit with Russia and Ukraine? Because, I just got done streaming and talking shit on them, so I think that's the way things happen. Like, for some reason, it used to be you put everything on a Friday to bury it in the news cycle, right? So it gets lost over the weekend and nobody sees it. Now it seems like all the important shit is happening on Friday. All right. Oh, dear Lord. Poor girl. I have messed with thee too much, I think. Make sure I chill my hands dry before I go handling this gray on this leg. All right, that's tightened up. Now the question is, yeah, fuck it. You know what? I'm gonna knock them out. What color is that brown on those shoes? Let's see. I think it's this color. One way to find out. No, I'm not liking this brush. Yeah, this one's going to take at least 2 coats, looks like, to get the shoe saturated, and I don't like this brush. Go with a heavier, smoother brush. Was that something with the Supreme Court? I mean, Don't we have like a spending bill due soon to budget? Some such nonsense. Oh, yeah, I'm not sure. I wonder what he owes 2 billion for. Maybe employees, like their severance package, maybe. Like I know he got a bunch of those people to just take the fucking buyout. Maybe there was checks that are already being paid out that he stopped in the middle of being paid out, and you're not allowed to do that. I don't know. I do know that at that whatever it was, that joint address to Congress or whatever, because it wasn't a State of the Union. It was like a mini State of the Union. But Amy Coney Barrett, the way she was looking at Trump when he went to go like thank them or what have you, she looked like she fucking was gonna kill him. Like don't even come over here, don't acknowledge me. Like she was just standoffish as all hell with Trump, and that's weird considering he's the one who gave her a lifetime appointment. So I don't know what that was all about. It's just very weird. Considering Joe Biden's the one who admonished the court for flipping Roe v. Wade. Damn it, one spot on this shoe will not paint right. Try and dab it in there. Little dab do you. Cool. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know. Like Amy Coney, like I said, it was weird because I was like Brett Kavanaugh looked like he was happy to see Trump. Amy Coney Barrett really didn't. She did not look happy. But then again, when you think about like all the being a Trump Supreme Court justice and all that kind of stuff, like one of his picks, I'm sure she got like death threats and people telling her you only got there because of this, that, or a third, or I still think the one that is the well, you're the DEI pick for the Supreme Court was what's her name, Ketanji Brown Jackson. I don't know what the deal is with her. Couldn't even define what a woman was. Stranded, thank you. Thank you for being awesome, tuning in, sticking with me through the show. Appreciate the hell out of you. I was just going to call it a night and do these next time, but eh, I have that feeling I just need to get them done tonight for some reason. Before I go fucking them up any worse. But yeah, this Toga's almost done, I'm going to say. She's getting close. Knocking out the face tonight was a big thing. I was really worried that was going to come out fucking terrible. But it actually came out, I think, alright. I think it came out exactly the way I wanted it. Very cute, but very creepy. Oh, Jesus Christ. Fucking. Were you a DEI hire? That's funny. You were always decent with computers. Actually, you were decent with science. So I don't know why the fuck people wouldn't hire you. You were always smart forever. There we go. We're starting to get some decent layering. Shit. Yeah, I mean, well, that's just it. What kind of work do you like to do? Because you're always pissed off at work or hated the work you did. You can always switch. You can always change the course you're on. Even if it takes a little time and you just got to, study up, learn, or upgrade. Like I said, upgrade yourself, evolve, push beyond your limits. All right. Brown on the shoes, blue on the belts, skin tone on the skin, white on the undies. Make sure I got the legs correct before I go gluing them. Don't want to glue those legs on like backwards or some weird shit. Okay. Sweet. That thing's got to get fixed. I still get a kick out of it. You guys are like your smooth jazz DJ voice. Didn't you say like your husband said the same thing or some shit, Sure. Like I sound like a jazz DJ. Like coming up next, Disby Gillespie will be blowing one out to all you cool cats and chickadees out there in the audience. A little higher. This is where we're at, guys. It's actually Gorilla Glue, so I'm letting it sit there and cure. Yeah, and that's exactly what this shit's like. You do. You have to. But the whole thing is that's why I put it on its base and didn't glue it to the base. One, because I got to paint the base whatever way David tells me to. David Mon. Two, God damn it. Allergies kicked in for a minute there. Two, I'm letting the gravity seal the glue in. So the glue should be sealed now. But yeah, this is where we're at with it, people. I mean, technically, I guess I could probably glue the arms on now. Maybe the other pieces. But yeah, her arms aren't glued. They're just holding there. But this is that's what we're looking at. What do you guys think? Let's see, does she look better when I turn out the lights? Nah, you can't really see much. Yeah, she's almost done. She is almost done. I mean, I've still got stuff I've got to attach, like and I mean these aren't glued in yet, so they're just gonna chill for a second. We got her leg knives. I've got these damn things. And then, of course, I've got the tank. I'm going to have to, I think, touch this up. It's scraped out a little. Tank's going to go on the back. But, yes. I mean, technically, I could glue her all the way. I guess. And just leave the base for next time. All right, let's see. You know what? I think I'm going to call it there, just like a Venus de Milo, and just let her chill. I'll get in on her. Let it chill, smoke a cigarette, say goodnight because I'm about to kill my dog for whining. Yeah, we're already after 1 o'clock. Sheree's falling asleep. Forever's probably falling asleep soon too. So I think I will. We'll do final assembly next time. Do any touch up. Finish out base. And then she's going to get mailed off to the UK to Mr. David Mon. I'm 100% on the way she looks. But I'm actually, at this point, very happy with the way she came out. Oh, Forever, remember you're asking about the hot pink? Do you see what I mean about how, like, this color is way too light, but with that hot pink under it, it gave it that color boost to the skin. Like, it gives it that fade through. So, like, same thing on the hands. Like, you can really see it on, well, kind of see it on the hands. Light's too bright. But you can see how it bleeds just a little bit to give it an undertone that when you put that lighter color on top of it, or the darker, thicker color on top, it's pulling through. All right. All right, guys. I think we'll call it a night here. What do you guys think? I think it's a good one. Thank you all for hanging out. Like I said, I should be saying thank you to every one of you guys all the time, constantly. Shout out to Sheree for being the greatest mods on any of these internets. Um, she really no matter how late it gets, she always seems to keep me on my toes and rocking and rolling, and I really do appreciate it every damn time. Forever, thank you, because you just saved the day. You're the fucking hero of the day, because I would have missed some paint on this before assembly. That was awesome. But yeah, Toga next week will be Toga finale, and we'll finish out the paint and glue her together the rest of the way. Call it a day. And everybody try and have a good week. I will catch you guys on next Thursday. The Sunday show is going to be coming back kind of soon here because as my wife's birthday comes up and I blow out some of those models, then I got to refill them, reload them, and everything. So it's time to kick up the fucking production line again and all that. But thank you, everybody, for watching. Everybody have a good night. I'll catch you next week. Same bat time, same bat channel. And until next time, don't take shit from anyone. Good night, everybody.